we have the small request not to use the paths at the sides of the walls, just use the aisle corridor in order to avoid the disconnecting the cables from the TV screens. For your information, all presentations to be provided today who are already available on the website, so please refer to the website to this event. We are also webcast, so we will be welcoming also those who are with us, with spirit and with soul, joining us remotely and providing us any kind of the inputs via the emails or other communication means. And also we will have the captioning, which we are already having on the screens, so we are inviting you to use this feature as well. Having said that, I would like to invite first all speakers of the opening ceremony to join us, and I call for a round of applause to welcome them. So I invite Mr. Laszlo Lovasi, Madame Immaculada Planencia Porrero, Alejandro Moledo, Ruth Skiberas, and Jutta Travi-Ranus. So please take the seats. No, this is the opening. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment when we are opening the Accessible Europe. Welcome to the ITO European Commission co-organized event, Accessible Europe, which is the second edition of this great milestone of the original initiative for Europe, bringing so many stakeholders together to brainstorm and to make sure that we are advancing the accessibility agenda in Europe. It's my great pleasure to welcome also our distinguished colleagues, representatives of different institutions, providing us different views from their perspectives on the accessibility, bringing us to the different levels, from the global, through the regional, and through the also contribution from the different stakeholders types, including the NGOs and civil society. It's our great pleasure to welcome you all, those who are with us here, but also those who are remotely connected to this event. And we know that there are several hundreds already opening the stream of the YouTube, so welcome and to be with us. Today, we are having the pleasure of discussing and starting the discussions with more than 250 stakeholders from more than 30 countries from Europe. But as you may know, accessibility goes beyond the frontiers of the continent. So that's why also let me welcome to those who are coming from the other continents, like one of our keynote speakers. As I mentioned already, this is the great platform driven by the two institutions, by the European Commission and by the ITU, Regional Office for Europe, which is covering more than 28 countries. We are covering 46 countries, what makes it really special because we are also bringing those countries which are doing the progress in harmonization of their approaches. We are hosted today by the government of Malta and in particular by the Parliamentary Secretariat for Persons with Disability and Active Aging. Our pleasure of being here in Malta is even greater taking into account that Malta has been doing significant progress on the accessibility, but in particular progress in field of the promotion of the ICT as enabler for inclusiveness. So thank you very much to the government through our permanent secretary and agency support who are patiently working with us on this happening. Strategic projects like SPOT, I don't know how many of you had the occasion to download this application, but this is the type of the strategic projects which Malta is promoting to include everybody and make sure that independent living is not just a theory, but is a reality. But this is only one of the examples. There is a lot of initiatives going on in this country which we'll hear about later on once the permanent secretary is joining us. Also, let me congratulate to Malta for nomination of Helena Dalli of Maltese origin as the EU Commissioner for Equality, which is the biggest recognition, I think, for the country in these terms, and we count on her advocacy for the ICT accessibility in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, the accessibility is a global challenge and is a global goal, in particular SDG 10, which aims at empowering and promotion of the social, economic and political inclusion of all, including also the persons with the disabilities. More than 1 billion of people on this earth, 15% of the global population, is living with some disabilities. And this is the reason why we have to prioritize this issue on our global agenda. There's no doubt that ICT is playing a very important role in this respect, and ICT has the potential to advance the achievement of the SDG, in particular 10. This is the reason why we are very happy to have such a big support also from the sister organizations like UNDESA, WIPO, UNESCO, from the UN family, as well as Secretariat of the CRPD, which this event is a contribution to this process, in particular Article 9, which is referring to the ICTs. Also, our event and also this platform and movement is the part of the contribution to the UN Disability Inclusion Strategy, which was, as you may know, launched by our Secretary General of United Nations just this year. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, ICT accessibility is one of the most important priorities also of the ITU, where the member states elevated this topic to the one of the most important goals of the Union and agreed to work towards achievement of the concrete goals and targets. Just in last November in Dubai, the member states updated the resolution on the accessibility 175, but also agreed on the new Connect Agenda 2030, which sets a concrete target to be achieved by 2023, to make sure that each country in this globe has enabling environment ensuring accessible telecommunication ICTs for persons with disabilities. So let's work together to make this happen. In this respect, as I mentioned already earlier, we are covering the region of 46 countries, but very diverse region, with a very good path of the progress in the implementation of concrete activities, with the European Accessibility Act being transposed and implemented, but also countries which are still on the path of the harmonization of their approaches and prioritization accessibility to the higher level than it is so far. This is the reason why Accessible Europe, as the multi-stakeholder platform for all stakeholders, is an important milestone to make Europe accessible even more than it is for now. This is the reason why we're focusing on the 4 concrete pillars of this initiative: enabling environment, development of the standards, innovation ecosystem, and knowledge development. These pillars are not only the guidelines. We have a lot of guidelines. This, what interests us, is the concrete action, the change on the ground. And this is the reason why we are very happy to see at the process of the preparation of Accessible Europe so much of the engagement. More than 250 stakeholders provided concrete input and to make sure that Accessible Europe is not about the event, it's about the movement across the Europe. We got more than 15 written contributions. We got a lot of backgrounders provided and made available. We got also very big interest in the activities on the regional competition for the ICT-centric innovation ecosystem. We are also several leaders from Europe providing their inputs to this program. Thank you very much for your trust to this platform, and we request even for more, engaging the other stakeholders who can make even more and change together with us. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are living very interesting, revolutionary times when the technologies are changing the face of the independent living. The 5G, artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, these are only few technologies which are providing not the risks, but the great opportunities for those vulnerable groups of the society. And that's why we are strongly believe that we have to help those who are transposing those transformative technologies into the applications, making and changing the daily life of the persons with disabilities into something very comfortable or more comfortable than it is. So that's why let me thank so many stakeholders who are engaged in this process. Thank you to the Zero project and Agencia Support for providing the financial means for this project, but also thanks to the evaluation committee members who are patiently working with us, evaluating each of the submissions, and we'll learn more about this afternoon. Before I close, let me draw attention also to the very important component of the work on the accessibility. As you may know, 2 years ago, the member states have designed the regional initiative on digital inclusion, including accessibility, making sure that we are guided by the expected results and this what is needed for the region. All members of the 46 countries agreed that we need to go ahead with the concrete impact at the country level. This is the reason we proposed the project laboratory taking place on the last day in order to discuss the concrete activities in field of the national policy advisory, web accessibility, innovation ecosystem for Accessible Europe, and most important, the knowledge development. So I will invite you all to join us on Friday and to discuss, and before this to notify what exactly we could do and together, or how we can leverage your activities and in order to make this even much stronger at the European and the international level. Before I close, let me one more time reiterate thanks to the government of Malta, Agencia Support, as well as financial contributors to some components of the forum, including Zero Project, as well as individuals like Madame Sachs. So welcome one more time to the Accessible Europe, being the platform for making Europe more accessible. And this is our joint effort. This is not about the event, this is about the real action in the field. We wish you pleasant discussions and productive resolutions on the challenges identified during the sessions. So thank you very much. With this, I would like to invite our distinguished Honorable Union Minister to join us to address the forum. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, dear participants, it is an honor and a pleasure to welcome you to Malta for this year's edition of the Assembly European Conference. For the first time, this conference is not being hosted on United Nations premises. Instead, the government of Malta is proud to bring together experts, participants, and activists together for a two-way learning experience. In this respect, I would like to thank Agencia Support for the coordinating the local organizations of this conference, and to all other local partners, the Office of the Disability Issues, the Foundation for the IT Accessibility, and the Malta Communications Authority for their efforts in making this event a reality. Today, we build upon the efforts of the International Telecommunication Union and the European Commission in the field of accessibility, information, and communication technology. This is evident that by the number of heavyweights who will be addressing you and the networking with you over the next 3 days. However, for the first time, a host country, Malta, will also be offering its fair share of experts to discuss our efforts and achievements locally, while also learning from the best. As junior ministry responsible for the rights of persons with disability and overseeing active aging within Maltese society, I can personally testify to the benefits accessible ICT has brought to the Maltese society. As the title of the conference implies, ICT should be there for all. However, in particular, we should never forget those groups to whom accessibility does not only mean having an easier life. For persons with disability and older persons in particular, accessibility means the difference between participating actively in society and not being able to participate at all. That is the reason why, although technology you will be discussing over the next days will change the way everyone lives, we can never forget the immense significance they will have for the lives of persons with disability and older persons. Just think of the smartphone. Today, everybody have one and uses one. However, few people know that smartphones was initially designed as an accessible device for persons with disability. By investing in these new technologies, we are ensuring that we can have real inclusion in society, and that has also been a priority for the Maltese government. Next year alone, Malta will be spending not less than 30 million euros on the disability sector and 171 million euros on the active aging sector, both new records. Part of this money will go towards initiatives that seek to include persons with disability and older persons in the community. This is also being done through schemes to ensure funding for acquiring accessibility ICT devices, such as the Empowerment Scheme, and by investing in entities such as the Access to Communicate and Technology Unit and the Sonia Tanti Independent Living, both of which provide access to ICT and training in using accessibility technology for independent living. Still, we are aware that the ICT sector is very fast-paced one, where changes are happening on a daily basis. Therefore, a small country like Malta, we cannot afford to simply do things alone. We must constantly be in touch with what is being developed in other corners of the world and create partnerships to make the most of these new technologies. This is why I am extremely glad to see a healthy turnout by local participants at this conference. We have brought together the best minds from Europe and beyond under one roof. And the learning and the networking that will happen over the next days will only help strengthening our knowledge locally. In the end, it will serve to better the lives of persons with disability and the older persons in Malta. However, we can also never forget that Malta's strongest asset is its human resources. Even if we are a tiny country, we are extremely proud of the innovative projects developed by some of our best minds. And you will also be able to experience these initiatives firsthand. It is indeed an honor to see so many Maltese exponents, both among the speakers and in practical sessions. This government has and will continue to invest in our human capital because we know that only if we invest in your people can you get the very best back from your people. International cooperation has always made us stronger. Right now, we are in the process of putting into place EU legislation that also regulates accessibility ICT, legislation such as the Web Accessibility Directive and the European Accessibility Act, which Malta also contributed strongly towards, including during its EU presidency in 2017. We are honored to have with us ITU's Director of the Communication Development Bureau and the head of its regional office for Europe. We are likewise honored that the European Commission is being represented by my fellow compatriot, Dr. Helena Dalli, tomorrow, holding of the equality portfolio and by the senior experts on disability within the Disability and Inclusion Unit. We are glad to have with us a member of the UNCRPD committee, which reviewed us last year. This conference is part of our continuous efforts to implement Article 9 of the Convention dealing with accessibility. We are equally glad to have with us a representative of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, with whom Malta is a partner in the Valletta Forum created last April, bringing together representatives of EU and Arab governments in the field of disability. And finally, but most important, this conference would, without the participation of civil society in panels, meetings, and the audience, from both Malta and abroad. It is now in your hands to make the most of this conference. Malta has, for centuries, been a meeting point for cultures and ideas. Let us take this opportunity to make the most of these 3 days, create new partnerships, and leave this conference with the goal of making both Malta and every country a better place to live by bringing ICT for all to all. Thank you very much.
One moment. Thank you very much, His Excellency, for the great speech. And now we would like to invite our distinguished colleagues to provide the welcome remarks. And the first whom I have on my list is Laszlo Lovashi, committee member of the UN CRPD. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, dear friends. First of all, let me express my sincere gratitude for this extremely important and useful conference, as well as for the kind invitation to deliver a welcoming remark and the presentation in the first session. I would like to highlight the wonderful composition of this conference, since it covers everything from visions, targets and actions, legislation, physical environment, artificial intelligence, innovation, ecosystem, assistive technologies, education, web accessibility, audiovisual services, as well as universal design. As the first hearing impaired member of the CRPD and focal point on disability and new technologies, I'd like to focus on what the human rights model is and what technology and UNCRPD mean for us. Let me begin by referring to the fact that 13 years after the convention was adopted, we are beginning to understand that entirely new solutions are coming out that no one could ever have dreamed of, even 5 years ago. When the convention was adopted, no one had touchscreen mobile at all. No one imagined that relatively cheap and practical CRISPR technology for genetic modification in order to prevent death of children with serious disabilities either. We had then 2G technology by dreaming of the next generation. Today, more and more countries started installing 5G technology infrastructure around the globe. Nowadays, we can see avatar robots controlled by humans with the assistance of 5G technology without practically no lagging connection, which means that these robots already have human-like motions. It all means that technology and science have been developing at a previously unprecedented speed and seemingly without any barrier. This is not a danger, but rather an excellent, even a golden opportunity. I believe that all achievements of mankind have relied on technology and innovation, inspired by outstanding individuals, as well as high-tech companies with visionary leaders and hubs of talented researchers all around the world. Government also have to have their roles and responsibilities to help innovation to evolve technology, but also protect the people in high needs at the same time. Today, even deaf people use smartphones for visual and accessible communication, and they can phone each other without any obstacle. Blind persons can rely on smart technology to make directions and take part in public transport alone too. Notwithstanding, we are only at the beginning of the evolution of artificial intelligence, and it is expected that even persons with mental disabilities may in the future have real help to live a much more independent life based on technology. If so, their disability will be disappearing to some or even larger extent. Are we in the age of a newer industrial revolution? Because as we can see, technology has been evolving much faster than we ever anticipated. Looking back on history, the so-called first industrial revolution took almost 90 years in the 18th, 19th centuries in Britain. Computers have evolved over 4 decades only, and the internet itself needed just 2 decades to be universally accessible or ubiquitous. Today, electronic circuits and CPUs perform 1 million times faster than our human thinking. Generally speaking, it follows a big leap in human evolution in terms of dependence on smart tools. By borrowing the notion of Kurzweil, who wrote about the technological singularity we are going to face, as he put it, these innovations and inventions will perform 20,000 years worth of human-level intellectual work week after week. Regarding my role today, let me point out that the UN Convention is about dignity, diversity, and human rights. As the Convention states, we have to make more efforts in terms of research and innovations. However, I'm always of the opinion that, at the same time, we also have to respect the value of freedom, competition, and diversity in technological development and services. It follows that we must not shut the door on new things, even strange ones. We must encourage innovation, freedom, and more importantly, motivation in science. At the same time, we mustn't forget those with special, even extreme needs either. When it comes to artificial intelligence and robotics, I'm convinced that in the future everybody might be somehow disabled in one way or another in comparison to intelligent and smart software and services operating in extremely fast and complex ways in the realm of cognitive performance, as we can now see at stock markets and service both in some industries. Today, even the best runners cannot compete with cars, nor the best mathematicians with algorithms. Yes, I'm talking about a kind of evolution of disability itself, too, because disability as a human feature and perception will change due to smarter and smarter technologies. Technology is not the purpose, but always a means in the hands of humans. That is the main point. In this regard, even the most developed societies and countries see an evolving concept of disability, since technology also evolves as the nature of disability changes as well. Finally, the UN Convention is never about maintaining a right to remain disabled, but about ensuring choices and chances. It is our turn today to seize the opportunity to learn more about what the future has to offer. I hope and I'm optimistic about this unique and important conference will find all the relevant answers and solutions to the upcoming challenges. I wish you a fruitful event with many new interactions and mutual learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite our co-organizer of this event, representative of the European Commission, Madam Immaculada Plasencia Porrero.
Hello, and good morning, everybody. Oops. It wasn't me. So, well, it's an honor and a pleasure, really, being here in this Accessible Europe conference for the second time, to be here with you. I would like to start by thanking our hosts, Malta, in all their different organizations that have participated to set up the conference together. And of course, I would like to thank ITU, our partner also in the preparation, both the regional office and the digital inclusion division. We have been really working together in order to prepare this event, this very interesting event. This event that is about joining forces. It's about sharing knowledge and information and good practices so that we can advance on accessibility. Advance and go deeper on the implementation of accessibility. The conference has put together really a state-of-the-art developments, the state-of-the-art solutions, and really is going to show how do we do the next step, how do we take the next step on accessibility. We have a very comprehensive program dealing with all kinds of areas of technology. My predecessors have already mentioned telecoms, audiovisual media, web devices, but we also have put together a comprehensive set of policies and instruments to make accessibility a reality, ICT accessibility a reality. They're going to be legislation, policies, standards, research, funding, quite a number of instruments that are at our disposal, and we need to use them better to make sure that accessibility becomes a reality for persons with disabilities. Also, we'll have the good practices. I'm really eager to listen to those good practices, those innovative practices, and we have sessions on assistive technology. Let's not forget that accessible ICT on its own is not able to reach the objective of accessibility. At the end, what we would like to have is really equal access for persons with disabilities. And ICT accessibility needs assistive technology to go hand in hand to reach this end. And I hope that during this conference we will see how this can be done, and it's already done today. Concerning the legislation, it's for me a real pleasure to say that last year, when I announced that we were almost ready with the Accessibility Act, I still was crossing my fingers. Let's hope that everything is fine. And today I can say it's not only there, it has been published in the official journal. It's an EU legislation, it has been adopted, and we are already working with the member states on its transposition. The impact of legislation in transforming our societies to be more inclusive and accessible is really seen on the developments that we are seeing in the different related sectors. In industry, with public authorities, we see more and more attention being paid to ICT accessibility, and we hope that this accessible ICT will be contributing to the social shaping of technology to be more inclusive. In this process, we need to give a lot of attention to training. More and more people will need to be involved, experts, professionals, to implement accessibility and training. Having competencies on accessibility, ICT accessibility, is a must if we want to be successful. We need to create and enhance the community of those doing the work at the end, making products and services and infrastructures accessible. And I'm sure that this conference will help us to move further from talk and from papers to deeds to practical solutions. We will see that, I had to mention the European Accessibility Act, but at European level, there are many other pieces of legislation that will be addressed today: the Web Accessibility Directive, the revised telecommunications framework, the Audiovisual Media Directive, and we are really eager to and happy to see that in this forum we can go beyond the European Union to share those developments with a wider Europe. When we started working in those areas, we also looked to other parts of the world that were further than us. We work together with the US, with Canada, so I'm really happy that we will hear what's happening now, what developments are happening at the other side of the Atlantic. Finally, to say that we are at a very crucial moment at the European Union. As you know, the EU and all the member states are a party to the UN CRPD, and we need to see what is next for us in order to advance in its implementation. We have had a strategy for 10 years. It's coming to an end in 2020. Currently, we are evaluating that strategy. There's been a public consultation that is already helping us to move forward. And we need to define what's for the coming years. And there we have the convention already, but we also have now the SDGs that are giving us an additional push into an inclusive direction. Tomorrow, my new commissioner, Elena Dali, will be here to close the event. She's the first ever commissioner for equality, so we really are very excited about this development, and she will be telling you more about the future, what's next, and how are we going to work in the coming years. For me, that's all. I would like to emphasize the importance of sharing the contributions of all, to build on those contributions, of working together. And I wish you really a fruitful conference that will help us to anchor those advances that we have today on ICT accessibility for a more inclusive future, a more inclusive society. And thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and we are looking forward to the visionary closing remarks of the Commissioner tomorrow. Now it's my great pleasure to welcome European Disability Forum representative and Mr. Moledo. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Excellencies and excellent colleagues and friends. First of all, I'd like to apologize the absence of Mr. Yanis Bardakastanis, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, President of the European Disability Forum. At the European Disability Forum, we've been, for the past decade, we've been advocating for all these policies that we are going to discuss today. And it's a great pleasure, and we are very glad to see that all those aspects or all those objectives in the legislation that we were fighting for when it comes to accessibility to information and communication technologies are finally coming to a starting point. Because before they were just ideas, they were the objectives of the UN Convention, one of the objectives of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which is the first human rights treaty that recognizes the access to technologies as a fundamental right for persons with disabilities, because these are enablers for us. And I'm saying that this is a great starting point, and we are proud to have been part of this very exciting journey. And all those legislation and standards and basically the legal framework that Immaculada was mentioning before and other previous speakers, they need to come to a reality. And now is a crucial moment for accessibility, and we all need to bear in mind and that the EU is very, very proud of the work that we've been doing on ICT legislation. We set the global legal standard for data protection. And for the past years, we've been always lagging behind when it comes to accessibility in comparison with the US and other countries. But finally, we have one of the most up-to-date legislations on earth. We have a very updated and very much advanced European standard on accessibility for ICT. We have sectorial legislation in which the disability movement have been pushing for including accessibility in all those key legislation such as telecommunications, audiovisual. Now we are discussing artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies. So in this twin-track approach, like having the accessibility legislation that we were advocating for, and incorporating accessibility in all those sectorial legislation, is coming to an end, but again, it's a starting point to make sure that this is a reality. So now we are entering into a phase of transposition, of implementation. People need to understand the legislation and make sure that they comply with it. And I would like to remind us all of key aspects in this period that starts that should lead to a more inclusive information society and digitalized society for everybody. One of them is basically not to reinvent the wheel. We have these great policies in place now, we have these great standards in place, and we need to make use of them. So we don't need to come up with something that has been already researched and we know is working, and do respect these policies and these standards. The communication by two sign language users can only be possible if we have the right amount of frames per second. We know that. There is the legislation, there is the standard. We need to ensure interoperability of the devices and the communication. We know those things. So first, do not reinvent the wheel and respect accessibility legislation and standard. Second, to embrace a human universal design approach. To come up with this innovative solution, these best practices, we need to bear in mind the universal design principles and make sure that we address a broad range of users. And in Europe, we recently, in addition to the Accessibility Act and so forth, we recently adopted a European standard on design for all that can be useful, can help any organization to come up and to adopt this universal design approach. And finally, and most importantly, involve persons with disabilities. There is a clear evidence that involving persons with disabilities in the design process, not only of products and services, but also of policies, will result in better outcomes for all of us. And I would like to finalize by saying as well that accessibility should not be thought just for persons with disabilities. Obviously, this is crucial for us, but it's beneficial to all society, to older people, to migrants, to families. Is crucial for us and is beneficial to all. So I would like to leave it here, but I wish you all very fruitful meetings. As previous speakers mentioned, this is a great moment to learn from each other, and I'm very much looking forward to discussing with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moledo. And now let me turn to our distinguished speaker from the Agencia Support, the Chief Executive Officer, Madame Ruth Skiberas. The floor is yours.
Honorable Ajus de Chalis, Mr. Ponder, Mr. Vidmer Liasu, Commissioner, colleagues, delegates, good morning. It is an honor to welcome you to Malta, to this international conference bringing so many different stakeholders together in our country, and I say it from the heart as a local. This week we are celebrating the National Week dedicated to persons with disability. It is thus opportune to come together today and not only celebrate the abilities of our peers, but also to collectively work towards enhancing the opportunities that persons with disability can have and can access in order to improve their quality of life and make them equal members of society through accessibility. This time, accessibility to technology, and thank you for coming to Malta. Accessible Europe is aptly named as it is indeed a remit to invest in accessible technology and continue building to make Europe a hub of innovative, accessible services and products. So much so that as the Maltese national agency providing care and support services to persons with disability, Agencia Support is investing more resources to continue developing the current services, advocate for our service users, develop empowering opportunities, and ensure a holistic approach in our service provision. Agencia Support employs over 550 employees and front workers ranging from social workers, occupational therapists, sign interpreters, which I would like to thank because they are here, speech language pathologists, therapeutic workers, service leaders and coordinators, and a myriad of back office professionals. All these provide services to hundreds of persons with disability and their family members in the Maltese island each year. We provide social work interventions, occupational therapy assessments, day services, community services within their own home and environment, residential and respite services, and we want to do more. That is our aim. These teams work to provide a holistic service, currently reaching almost to 700 persons with disability through social work interventions. Over 500 people with disability every day attend our day centers. In Malta and Gozo, we also offer a home within the community to 68 service users, where they live an independent life. And many more. Here I want also to mention those families who benefit greatly from the various workshops and support groups facilitated by our social workers. But we do not work in silos. We constantly network and formulate working relationships and practices with other entities with the aim of providing a holistic service and constantly innovate and develop new services according to the emerging needs. In the coming months, Agencia Support will indeed continue to innovate and grow through new services that address this particular niche for our service users. The Sonia Tanti Independent Living Center, recently taken over by our agency from the Malta CRPD office, and here I would like to thank the Commissioner, is Malta's first independent living center. It was opened in the year 2011. The center will provide persons with disability and their families with advice, information, and training, and also assessments by professionals. These cover, amongst others, obviously, pressure mapping system for persons with disability making use of wheelchairs, a driving unit that assesses the service user's ability to drive by using a driving simulator to assist the therapists with information about the user's reflexes and motor skills. And also a unit that benefits people with visual impairment through access to printed material, modified keyboards and software. The Access to Communication and Technology unit, also recently joining our various services, provides a quality assessment service to children and young adults, which is very, very important, in the area of assistive technology and documentative and alternative communication. This consists of a broad range of services, technical aids and strategies which can help solve problems faced by persons with disability in everyday life, be it education, vocational, or social situations. Both these new services are aimed to empower those with a disability to be well prepared for employment and to be fully integrated in society. Agencia Support, as the operative arm of the Parliamentary Secretariat for Persons with Disability and Active Aging, when it comes to services to persons with disability, is committed to constantly advocate for, empower, and assist persons with disability by assessing not only their needs and abilities, but also develop new initiatives. The agency is thus also investing in its human resources by providing specialized training in assistive and accessible technology while reinforcing its assessment teams through the engagement of professionals who devise care plans that aim to empower persons with disability to reach their full potential. In fact, we have already in the past months maintained contact and attended to international training opportunities, studies, visits, conferences hosted by some of you. It is this kind of opportunities that we should focus on. So, to network between us and share knowledge, experiences, and opportunities on this emerging need. Coordinating this conference and making this event happen here in Malta further proves our commitment in making the disability sector a priority on the country's agenda. It is not only about providing care services to children and adults with disability, it's about creating research opportunities, attracting investment in the sector, empowering students to follow a professional path that supports the well-being of others, provide backing to employers who, with the proper framework in place, can engage persons with disability in gainful employment, and ultimately also integrating persons with disability in society and adopting a universal approach in our project initiatives. On this note, I welcome you to actively participate in this regional forum, contribute through the sharing of best practices and experiences, and build connections that benefit us all. Accessible Europe 2019 will be remembered for its dialogue about innovative ecosystem technology, web accessibility standards, accessible media, and the application of artificial intelligence, particularly addressing a universal design, model, and accessible for all topics that are necessary to provide an equal playing field for persons with disability to become full active members of society. I thank you, and also as a local, if you have some more time to explore our island, I would like you to do so, because the weather is really nice and you will surely enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for displaying so many concrete solutions implemented at the country level. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and with this intervention we close the round of the welcome remarks. However, the list could be still longer, so I invite you still to visit the website to see the acknowledgements and the messages coming from the other leaders active in the accessibility from organizations like the UNESCO and the others. So dear ladies and gentlemen, now, as I mentioned at the beginning, the accessibility goes beyond the borders and goes beyond the continents. It's important to learn from each other and to make sure that the transfer of the know-how, knowledge is useful for all communities. This is the reason why it's our great pleasure to welcome the keynote of this opening segment, Madam Jutta Traviranus, who is the Director of Inclusive Research Design Center from Canada. So welcome, and let's welcome her with the applause. Welcome to Europe.
Thank you, and I'm hoping that my slides will come up. I thank you very much for inviting me, and it's an honor to be here with so many dignitaries and to be here at the occasion of this ICT Accessibility Conference. I was invited to talk about how we can plan, how we can make decisions, and how we can collectively move this very important agenda forward. And in thinking about this, I was looking at the advice of Stephen Hawking, the late great Stephen Hawking, who said that the most dangerous time in history of humanity is what we are in now. We are in a human crisis. And the result of that is that traditional means of deciding, judging, and planning no longer work. We live in a complex adaptive system, and in the interest of time, because I think by my calculations, I'm now minus 20 minutes late, or I have minus 20 minutes to give the keynote. I will tell you a little bit more about complex adaptive systems, but I'll compress it. You are welcome to look at Paul Cillier's characteristics of large, complex adaptive systems. But largely, what this means is that the times are changing, they're unstable, they're unpredictable, they're entangled. And as our previous speaker talked about, who would have predicted 5 years ago that we would be where we are at the moment? We have time. Okay, great. Thank you. So one of the things that frequently happens in complex adaptive systems is we're prone to what are called cobra effects, which are the unintended consequences of oversimplistic solutions to complex problems. We are using our linear thinking, and I'll talk a little bit more about linear thinking, and we're not thinking in the, we're not taking into account the complex system that we're in. Is anyone familiar with the Cobra effect story? So the Cobra effect story was coined by a German economist who noted that in Delhi, the colonialists decided that there were too many cobras, and a simple way to get rid of cobras was to put a bounty on cobras. The enterprising Indians decided that this was a way to make money, so they created cobra farms, and they turned in the cobras that they bred to the colonialists. The colonialists decided that they were very successful in their plan because there were many cobras, the numbers were going up and up, their metrics showed that this plan was successful. When they finally found out what was actually going on, they released the cobras, and lo and behold, the enterprising the colonialists canceled the bounty. The enterprising Indians decided that the cobras were no longer useful, and they released them out into Delhi. So the impact of the cobra effect was that they actually had more cobras in Delhi. And I fear that to some extent, we have had many cobra effects in this initiative that we've been in. Because what we're doing is we're navigating in a complex adaptive system. So it is no longer a linear plan that we can follow. We have to avoid getting stuck on what is called the local hill. If we keep doing exactly what we've been doing all the time, then we will not reach or navigate our way up to, out of this crisis, which is the global optimum. And some of the local optimums that we're currently experiencing include popularity and profit, which of course has gotten us into the crisis that Stephen Hawking has been talking about. What we hear from complexity theorists and intelligent individuals such as Stephen Hawking is that the only real formula to figure out how we can navigate out of this complexity is diversity and collaboration. We need diversification and difference. We need those diverse perspectives that we haven't been listening to figure out what we can do different. We definitely have an imperative to stop doing the same thing over and over again and to work together. The reason I bring all of this up is because I think to some extent, by virtue of not putting accessibility and inclusive design or universal design at the forefront, we are making things worse in terms of ICT. There is the Friedman graph, which shows that technology is advancing or becoming more adaptable at an exponential rate, while humans are adapting at a linear rate. And this is frequently used as a means of saying that we as humans need to adapt, we need to become digitally literate. But I think actually the way that we have designed many of our systems, by virtue of not considering individuals with disabilities or individuals who are currently excluded, we are impeding human adaptability. We are using cushioning from dissonance and diversity, recommender sites, popularity bubbles. We have ways of creating conventions which take away many of the ways of knowing that we have within our society. there is a corollary to this, which is that technology is becoming more and more connected, and human connectivity is being impeded by the way that we are creating our systems. We are aggregating data, we have single sign-on, we hear about the emergence of 5G, we are creating platform monopolies, which mean that the technology is becoming one large connected mesh. But we have the digital divide, we have a shallow sense of friendship, we have many things which cause fragmentation, isolation, and which cause humans to be less connected. And we talked about artificial intelligence, and this is seen as the age of AI. But to some extent, the way that we are turning our decisions, and I was going to talk about decisions and planning and how we can make predictions, the way that we are turning our decisions over to artificial intelligence is automating and amplifying the same pattern. And here I'd like to tell you a story. My initial alarm came when in 2016 I was asked to test some automated vehicle learning models. These are the machine learning systems which tell automated vehicles to proceed through the intersection, stop, or change direction. And what I decided to do was to test them all with a learning model of a friend of mine who pushes her wheelchair backwards through an intersection. She's very efficient, she's very effective. Most people that encounter her will grab her and push her back onto the side of the curb that she came from. The automated vehicle learning models all decided to run her over. They all said, however, that, wait, these are not smart enough models, they haven't had enough data about what happens to people in wheelchairs and intersections. Come back, try them again. After having fed these learning models huge amounts of data about what happens in intersections, I came back to test the model again. And what happened was not that they chose not to run her over, they chose to run her over with greater confidence. The notion, or what I can assume, is that they were even more confident, given all the data, that people in wheelchairs move forward. And so what I learned was that the way that we are training our AI systems to take over human decisions is we are using the same reduced truth that we use in our research methods. And if you're not like the average, probability is wrong. The power tools of AI are unable to handle diversity and complexity. They're unprepared for the unexpected. They replicate our own inadequacies, and they automate and amplify them. And so there is an imperative that we help with AI. And this, of course, is a pattern that has been happening ever since the Industrial Revolution. Our previous speakers talked about the Industrial Revolution and the time it took. And the way to explain this is, I'll use data again. If we were to take the preferences of everyone here in this room and we were to plot them on a multivariate scatter plot, we would have a human starburst. In the middle, there would be about 80% of the needs and preferences, taking up about 20% of the room, and the remaining 20% of the needs and preferences would emanate from that, taking up about 80% of the starburst. And what you would note is that the dots in the middle, the needs in the middle, are very similar. The dots, as you move away from the middle, are further and further apart, meaning they're more different. And so what we find as a pattern in almost everything we have designed and everything that we have created is that the design works for the middle. It gets more difficult as you move away, and it doesn't work for anyone that is out at that jagged edge that is our human starburst. And this is in large part due to an industrialist called Pareto, who created the 80-20 principle, which Richard Koch reinterpreted as, if you want quick wins, ignore the difficult 20% who take up 80% of the effort. And so what we find in all parts of our life, whether it is the design, whether it's products, which become more available, reliable, functional, and less costless, because we can take advantage of the Moore's law, If you're part of that difficult 20%, the availability, reliability, functionality, and cost will be reduced. And so you will have the opposite pattern. Knowledge as well, and I as an academic bear some responsibility for this, means that if you're part of that difficult 20%, it's highly unlikely that a researcher will take up your cause or will research you because they cannot reach statistical significance. There is no homogeneous measure by which you can reach impact. And so you as a researcher researching that area will not receive tenure, will not receive funding. But it also means that the individuals that we are part of the 20% of the terrain are dealing with homogeneity and statistical significance. And I'll tell you more about the danger of that. Education, we are working towards conformity. We are discouraging people from being part of or being different, and individuals that are different are a misfit for many of our education systems. Work is also, if you think of HR, our prediction systems in AI are choosing individuals who have performed well in the work before. If no one like you has ever worked in that position before, it is highly unlikely that the artificial intelligence systems or many of our HR systems will choose you to receive a position within that work. And then democracy is being reduced to one person, one vote. And so majority will always rule. If you're part of the minority, then it's highly unlikely that a representative that represents your needs will be selected within a reduced democracy. Social justice strategies are also frequently based on data, and we create these groupings, and we compare how the bounded groups perform with respect to the majority. But of course, what happens to people that are stranded at the edges or falling through the cracks? And so what we have as a result of this type of thinking is mass production, mass communication, mass marketing, and a popularity push. And we have a reduction of innovation, we have greater conformance, reduced flexibility, reduced extensibility, and reduced resilience and responsiveness, all of which lead to that crisis that Stephen Hawking is talking about. And if we actually go back and reconsider Pareto, we have misidentified the modern day vital few as the difficult 20%, because actually the story of Pareto is that he noticed that 20% of the Italian citizenry owned 80% of the land, and he told the emperor, ignore the 80% and think about the vital few. But who are today's vital few? If our goal is not greed, quick wins, or gaming the system, but innovation, diverse perspectives, detecting weak signals, the difficult 20% that we've been ignoring, that are the individuals with disabilities, and that occupy that 80% of the unexplored terrain are our vital few. And if we design for them and with them, there is room for everyone to change and grow. And that is where, as has been noted, we find innovation and weak signals, the weak signals that tell us what is coming next. We are in the age of acceleration, as Jeffrey West says, and we're told that it's as a matter of survival, as a business imperative, in order to avoid economic collapse, we have to adapt or die, and we have to continuously have new innovations, disruptive innovations. With unbounded growth, we require accelerating cycles of innovation. And a way that this is characterized is jumping from one treadmill that continuously goes faster and faster all the time. But what I would say is that the next disruptive innovation must be designing with diversity and treating humans and the world as one organism, or inclusion. The next frontier, where we will find a way out of the current crisis, has to be that 80% of the terrain that's occupied by the difficult 20%, who are actually the vital few. And so what about standards? Standards need to be a common meeting place from which to diverge. Standards that work for diversity and complexity, support adaptability. We cannot have stasis, we cannot have certainty or perfection. We need to create standards that allow us to be responsive and to continuously adapt to the changes that are around us. We can't, how do we base our decisions? Our current measures of impact need to be rethought. We equate impact with a single measure for a large homogeneous number. That's how we determine funding, that's how we make political decisions as to where to determine where the budget will go. But we are heterogeneous and we need different measures, so we need to rethink our notions of impact. What about logic models? What about those Gantt charts and PERT charts and those engineering means of determining what we do next and how we plan? We need to think about nonlinear logic models. We call these the virtuous tornado. We need to iterate not towards a single winning solution, but iterate to include more and more. With each turn of our iteration, we need to think about who's missing, who do we need to include, and let's stretch the systems that we have such that they can adapt out to the edge. And what about cost, which is the usual justification given for ignoring that edge? We need to think about full social costing. We all eventually pay for the externalities, as they're currently called. Cost over time and the longevity of the system is helped by planning with the edge. If we plan only for that center, then our system becomes brittle. There are more and more things we haven't considered, and the system changes. And so we need to continually patch and hack and add and bolt on things, and it quickly reaches that brittle end of life. But if we plan with the edge, our systems are flexible, they're mutable, and they can adapt to the changes that are coming. So how will we measure, decide, and judge? And here I would turn to Gandhi, who said the true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. And this is not just a wonderful statement. It is actually a matter of survival, and it is the intelligent way to measure. Because intelligence that works with the edge of our human scatter plot is better able to adapt to change and respond to the unexpected, detect risk, transfer to new contexts, result in greater dynamic resilience and longevity, will reduce disparity, and may hold the key to our survival. We need to stop thinking about catching up. We need to stop thinking about this as a sector, as a separate agenda. What we have planned here, or what we're doing, the agenda that we have is actually part of our human survival. And I'd love to continue the conversation.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first session of this panel. This panel is dedicated to bringing the international dimension of the discussion on the ICT accessibility. We have the representatives from the diverse platforms, starting from the United Nations, going to the International Telecommunications Union, which is UN specialized agency for the ICTs, going to the European Commission, and finally also having the insights from the Commissioner of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities of Malta. So we'll hear a lot of different perspectives on this, what is happening in terms of the discussions on the policies and enabling environment, enabling real change on the ground. And this is what we are interested in hearing in this forum in particular, which should result in the concrete actions on the ground, but also with the harmonization of the policies and approaches reducing the inequalities. So before we start, we had the great pleasure of receiving the video message of Daniela Baz, who is Director of Division for Inclusive Social Development at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs from UNDESA. She was in person last year with us, but this time she provided us the video message, which I would like to request to display now, which will kick off our session. So please play the video.
Excellencies, distinguished representatives, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am on my way to Qatar, and I would have loved to come to Malta again. I cherish wonderful memories of an important conference hosted a couple of years ago in Valletta on tourism for all. And also for this very important industry, tourism, ICT plays a key role to make tourism and leisure activities accessible and inclusive for all people of all ages and abilities. I'm really honored to participate this year to Accessible Europe, the regional forum on ICT accessibility co-organized by the ITU and the European Commission. It is important that certain provisions are transported from the global level to the regional level and vice versa to make what is discussed regionally back at the global level. The Division for Inclusive Social Development that I lead is part of the United Nations Department for Economic and Social Affairs, DESA. The division has a specific focus on the underlying promise of the 2030 Agenda to leave no one behind. What this means in practice is that we promote the adoption of policies to eradicate poverty, reduce inequality, and achieving greater social inclusion and well-being for all. In particular, with its analytical, intergovernmental, and capacity development work, our team supports the adoption of policies that work, include, and empower all social groups, such as youth, persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, older persons, and we also have a new mandate on sport for all, for development and peace. In today's digital age, ICT plays a central role in nearly all aspects of life. ICT affect how people work, play, vote, and interact. ICTs are integral to how people in many parts of the world live and work and are transforming societies and economies and the environment. For persons with disabilities, ICTs can also improve quality of life, enhance inclusion and social engagement, and make independent living possible. For most people, technology makes things easier. For many persons with disabilities, technology makes things possible. A growing number of ICTs have become accessible for persons with disabilities, and let me give you a few examples. For instance, a person with visual impairment can use a text-to-speech software to read a website. Some web pages use captions in audio content. Another example, between 2008 and 2011, computers with the screen reader programs were installed in public libraries across Lithuania. Easier access to appropriate ICTs, among which inclusive ICTs in education to overcome cognitive barriers for some learners, is now available. It is not necessarily affordable, and this is an aspect that requires further policies at national level to overcome this inequality. Assistive technologies are available that compensate for difficulties in accessing and using mainstream technologies. And there are, though, still challenges that could become opportunities for innovation, inclusion, affordability, and sustainability, since many ICTs still have built-in barriers for persons with disabilities. For instance, just to cite an example, screen readers and text-to-speech applications cost several hundred US dollars on some mobile platforms. Another example is that in 60% of countries that we analyzed, online and national portals include features that are not accessible for persons with disabilities or developed and provide solutions to assure compatibility between assistive technology products and mainstream technologies. Even when ICTs are accessible, persons with disabilities may not be able to reach them. In developed countries, 43% of stores that sell electronics are not accessible for persons with disabilities. Or once at the store, they may not be able to afford them. Accessible ICTs are often more expensive than technologies that otherwise are available to everyone. The international community has been advocating for a key role of ICTs to empower persons with disabilities since the 90s. The Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, known as a CRPD, was adopted in 2006 and already called for accessible ICTs at that time. Last year, DESA published the Disability and Development Report 2018, which identified key actions to make ICT accessible for all persons with disabilities. And let me share with you 4 of these actions. 1. Adopt national ICT accessibility policies and regulations. 2. Involve persons with disabilities at every stage of ICT development. 3. Promote accessibility in the ICT industry. And last, 4. Improve data on accessibility of ICTs. DESA and the division I lead are committed to support countries in these efforts. We need to work together on a long-term vision behind ICTs to improve the life of people with and without disabilities, with the aim to promote the long-term inclusion in all of its dimensions and to accelerate the implementation of CRPD, the 2030 Agenda and its 17 goals for policies to be sustainable. We needed to engage all stakeholders in the ICT sector to develop and promote effective ICT infrastructures to be inclusive. We need to support research and development initiatives with a user-involved approach. We need to collect disaggregated data for benchmarking, policy monitoring, and evaluation. The United Nations offers the space for an ongoing active dialogue and consultation to adopt national ICT accessibility policies and regulations to ensuring persons with disabilities can live independently, participate fully in all aspects of life, and access on equal basis for others to the physical environment, the transportation, to information and communication, including ICT, and to other facilities and services that are open or provided to the public, both in urban and in rural areas. I wish you, therefore, a successful conference, and let's give each other appointment for next year to see what achievements we have reached. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for this to you and DESA, and let me immediately turn to Laszlo Lovashi for his intervention. You can speak from wherever you want, yes.
Can we have my presentation on screen? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Let me kindly suppose that everybody here already heard about the UNCRPD. Let's begin by talking about the main recommendations of the concluding observations about the EU report adopted in 2015. Adoption of eco-treatment legislation, including the provision of reasonable accommodation, accessible and inclusive voting for all persons with disabilities, the institutionalization and to strengthen the monitoring of the use of the ESIF, the structural funds, improve support services for persons with disabilities in local communities. Legal capacity can be exercised all the rights given by EU treaties and EU legislation, guaranteed access to justice, prohibit involuntary detention and treatment, including forced sterilization and abortion, strengthen EU policy on humanitarian aid and international cooperation in terms of disability perspective, and finally, better access for all children with disabilities to inclusive and quality education in European schools. These are the most important observations regarding the EU performance. Some of them have relevancies in terms of technology. Some of them have not. However, most of them can have an individual perspective when it comes to modern technology. To move on, as you already know, that the so-called general comments are tools for understanding practices of disabilities as well as access for recognizing the importance of ICT within the framework of UNCRPD, since the committee is not a governing or traditional ruling body in international law. It makes recommendations for all parties involved from a basically legal perspective based on the expertise of 18 experts and exchange of views of governments, NGOs, academia, in accordance with the Convention. It is important to bear in mind that the UN Committee has already adopted a few general comments so far. These are about equal recognition before the law, accessibility, inclusive education, among others. These order of topics also indicates the preferences of views of the experts of the committee. These general comments work as guidelines for better understanding of the implementation of certain articles of the Convention. Even though the Convention is a framework measure and its backbone is accessibility and reasonable accommodation, we have developed 3 specific general comments dealing with accessibility in light of assistive and ambient technologies in order to understand better these before mentioned notions. One on accessibility in general, one on accessibility in education, and one regarding accessibility of independent living. To that end, let's think about 3 aspects of these overall recommendations or topics are usually referred to in line with the text of the Convention as follows. Failure to provide reasonable accommodation is considered to be discrimination on the basis of disability. My recommendation or question for this session: what technological innovations can be used in the field of education and employment? The development of community-based services. My recommendation here is to visualize what it can be achieved in terms of digitalized recording of the needs of persons with disabilities, together with the provision and coordination of services and monitoring. And finally, equality before the law by reinforcing the support and decision-making regime. My final issue here is how artificial intelligence and smart technology can indeed improve the lives of persons with mental disabilities in order to effectively replace guardians in some areas. Having said these aspects, I have identified at least 3 visions in terms of technological advancement. First, we have to think about the evolution of wearable devices, hearing aids, and exoskeletons included. While these items and tools are going to be in everyday things, everyday practice, we also have to observe and discuss certain aspects relevant to privacy, accessibility, interoperability, as well as affordability too. To that end, In light of interoperability and conformity, we have to highlight that the state parties have a clear obligation to make sure customers can have access to those products and services without interference problems. Second, the evolution of the so-called invasive devices, for example, cochlear implants, including brain and computer interfaces, which could be part of our life to a much greater extent very soon, and also raises interesting and challenging questions such as the integrity of persons as well as autonomy, liability, and responsibility for making adequate decisions. You cannot neglect the issue that who could bear the consequences of, for example, hacking, and to what extent. Third, the evolution of artificial intelligence, related devices, applications, and services together with robotics and bionic technology. I've just read a very interesting article this morning published by the University of Bath for a new invention regarding the so-called artificial neuron, which could be a kind of breakthrough in science. This article was published in Nature Communications. These are going to be extremely useful not only for persons with limited mobility and or multiple disabilities, but also for blind, the hearing impaired, as well as the person with mental disabilities and autism, with the assistance of virtual intelligent assistant, which will create an entirely new momentum in modern societies. Moreover, the possibility of early recognition and intervention services at home will also be more important as fewer and fewer children are born in Europe. I believe this aspect of technological evolution will ease the burdens of all persons with disabilities, families, professionals, taxpayers, when it comes to education and employment. In terms of inclusive education, the main issue will be not about conning facts to be memorized, but also how to organize and synthesize those facts and data for further specialization of knowledge in schools. I think it's a part of inclusive education. When it comes to robotics, and according to some estimates, within years, millions of care robots at home will be deployed worldwide. To be more precise, according to TechTimes, the largest think tank in the field, the market of artificial intelligence software will grow from around $10 billion in 1918 to almost $120 billion by 2025. It therefore follows that even independent living may also have an entirely different approach when it comes to humanoid robots and smart toys with emotions and programmed educational attitudes. At the European Commission, it is already discussed the challenges of smart toys and doors connected to the internet in terms of privacy and online protection of children exposed to hackers. I'm fully convinced that it will also transform the customs and habits of families and the current approach towards work-life balance as well. Finally, when talking about technological advancement and innovation, we have to recognize technological innovations must serve the interests of all society. To this end, we must rely on clear principles and guiding moral paths, or put it simple, social values, alongside proper legislation. In order to be able to set the targets and directions properly, we need further research regarding the state-of-the-art technology, its markets, as well as the most influential industries and actors in terms of planning, production, public procurement, and consumption, in order not to leave persons with disabilities behind. As I always end my presentation by referring to the fact that technology will change everything. As the famous Hungarian scientist Edward Teller put it once, science of today, the technology of tomorrow. Thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your intervention. So I propose that we are continuing with the interventions, and then we will enter in the panel discussion. I also encourage all of you to mark your questions. I would be very much interested in having at least 1 or 2 questions from the public. This is not only the discussion between the panelists, but also this is the discussion between all of us. So let's think about this and be courageous to be the first from the public. We have a special prize for this person. I will not tell you what it is, but you will see. So, having said that, I have the great pleasure to invite now my colleague Roxana Widmer-Iliescu, Senior Program Officer of the Digital Inclusion Division for Telecommunication at the ITU. So, Roxana, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jaroslav. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this second edition of the Accessible Europe event. And I have to say that I was careful in preparing my speaking notes, but after everything we heard at the very beginning, I just left aside because everything was already said, and I will only resume in one sentence. Technology should be people-centered. If we don't put technology at the service of a people, we didn't reach the goal of our work. So, with this in mind, I will briefly make a very short presentation of the work that we are doing in ITU to support achieving this goal and to support globally the development of inclusive digital societies in this fourth industrial revolution that we are all going through. Perhaps some of us are not digital natives, but we have to face this reality. But again, let's try to put technology at the service of a people. So, ITU work in digital inclusion and what digital inclusion means. So, ITU's mandate is to connect all people throughout the world without any discrimination, regardless of their gender, age, ability, or location. Our goal is to improve people's lives. And therefore, for over now 17 years, we work in digital inclusion to address the specific needs for everyone. Of course that we have global commitments that we contribute, and my colleague in the CRPD, of course, we already discussed about the specific Article 9 and 13 television that ICT are contributing, but since we are speaking here from this morning that ICT are catalytic drivers, are enablers, actually ICT are contributing to the implementation of all the articles of the CRPD. Additionally, of course, the Sustainable Development Goals. All goals can be helped in the implementation if the information and communication technology can support this. So therefore, it's very important to think on how to address the accessibility of the information and communication technology and how to address the difference that we are facing, because all of us are different, and thanks God. But we all have to be able to access this technology. We all have to be able to be empowered by this technology. Last but not least, I would like to mention, as my colleague Jaroslav said this morning, we also contribute to the new UN disability inclusion strategy, and therefore the digital inclusion program in the Development Bureau try to cover all these aspects and to better together work for the development of inclusive digital societies. But why is important for us to address this? And to whom exactly respond the accessible ICTs? To whom address? And I put here for your consideration the world map and how this world will look at in the next 13 years. And I know that everybody is familiar with the fact that over 1 billion person with disabilities are living with some types of disabilities. Perhaps some of you are less familiar with the fact that we also have the same figure, over 1 billion youths who are in risk of hearing loss due to unsafe listening practices, devices, and systems. And of course, the UN aging report already announced us 2 years ago that in the next 13 years, we'll have over 2 billion people age 60 and above. What does it mean? It means that age-related disability will apply to all of us, are already applying actually. I'm wearing contact lens. With the age, we are moving a little bit with more difficulty. Our hearing is reduced. So none of us is getting any younger. So it's about all of us. So with this in mind, I will ask you a question. Is equality enough to access the information and communication technology? Equal access. We talk a lot about equal access. And I would say that if we consider diversity as a sine qua non condition to be inclusive, we also have to consider equity in this equation. So the accessible ICTs are not only the equipment, are not only the equality, but also the equity. And of course, only if we fulfill with both, we can say can accessible ICT facilitate access to information for all users. Otherwise, it's only for a part of the population that you address all these nice and fancy technologies. So, with this, just one slide to set the scene of this further session in which perhaps you will hear about accessible, assistive, affordable. So for us in ITU, the accessible ICTs are the ones that are the ICTs for all, because can be used by a young person, can be used by an older person, and also can be used by a person with disability, by a blind person, by a person with hearing problems. So we can use it based on our own capabilities or circumstances, because we don't want to disturb our neighbor, and so we are watching with captioning a video, okay? Or we are driving and we are sending a message over voice just because I cannot drive and text. It's dangerous. So what I would also like to mention is that the accessible ICTs are compatible with assistive technology. And for us, exactly as it was mentioned this morning, assistive technologies are also very important because they complement the accessible ICTs. And let's hope that with this new development in artificial intelligence, perhaps we will achieve even greater independent life for a person with disabilities. But as a principle, they are a separate hardware or software added to an equipment or service to enable persons with more severe disabilities to overcome these barriers. So affordability. We're talking about barriers, ICTs, but what about affordability? Affordability is a strong and huge and very serious barrier to access information and communication technology. And if we don't address this issue jointly with the other evolution of the technology, we will create another barrier. I will have the possibility to talk a little bit more during this event on how to achieve this affordability, because the affordability can be also achieved if we jointly will try to push industry to develop more accessible information and communication technology rather than to have two lines of fabrication, accessible and not accessible, and how governments can help us in doing so through public procurement. In general, what we are doing, we are advising the member states on how to implement this. Of course, awareness-raising meetings and sharing good practices, that's this specific event. We also work with the member states through specific study group question on, it's study group question 7 for those of you who are less familiar. And I invite you all to take part of this. Only by working together, only by identifying everybody's role and how everybody can contribute to this common goal, we can actually make these things happen. So, of course, we are also developing concrete tools and guidelines. And most of all, we are trying to develop capacities at the regional and global level. In addition to awareness raising, we have to understand what to do and how to do. And we can only do this through concrete knowledge. And actually, this event will also have for the very first time, and I invite you all to participate at the end of the event, a certification session in which we'll try to share what is the most important to retain over these few days in order for you to become advocates and in order for you to bring this subject in your work environment and try to make these things happen. So I will try to put a QR for those of you who are interested. But very quickly, we develop ICT accessibility policy report. These are guidelines for not only for government, but for everyone, including civil society, to see exactly which is the legal framework that we have to go through. And in Europe, you have a very strong one. So we develop also toolkit in digital skills, but also for safe listening. We developed online self-paced training courses. So please take advantage. Please share this in your work environment. We developed some training which ends with a certificate. It's only 2-hour training, but give you a concrete framework of what it is about, what we are talking about, what we have to know. We have 3 modules, so you can take it whenever you want, and at the end, through a quiz, you can obtain the certification upon the validation of knowledge. The same in web accessibility. This is really an issue. We have to provide digital information products and services accessible to all people. And therefore, to have a minimum of understanding of the subject, I definitely invite you to take a look at this self-paced training course, which is delivered through the ITU Academy. We also developed some national web accessibility program, Internet for All, in which ITU wants to share knowledge. ITU wants to empower countries to be knowledgeable on how to respond to this fourth industrial revolution in which every single information, even through the social media that you are posting, are you sure that what you are posting is accessible? Are you putting alternative text behind the photo that you are putting in your digital, in your social media? I think everybody can have the right to make an effort to understand how to behave in future, which is the language of the future, and we all have to adapt. And with regard to what I just tell you, that everybody should understand exactly how to develop now digital information into an accessible format. So the Word document that you are doing, the PowerPoint that is here, and by the way, this is accessible. So we all have to learn. And I invite you to take a look of our video tutorials. They are available in English, French, and Spanish, and of course, free. With this, I thank you for the attention. I put a QR for digital inclusion resources. I really invite you to take advantage of this. And I'm at your disposal for any further question. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this very exhaustive presentation. So we learned from our colleagues from the UN that the technology is changing everything. We learned from Roxana that technology should be in the center of the human life and should be human-centric. We learned about a lot of challenges, but also a lot of solutions are already on the market and available, also provided by the ITU. Let's move now to the Immaculada for her intervention, bringing the perspective of European Union. And on this, what European Commission is doing and what type of the challenges currently we are facing in addressing all those issues.
Good morning. May I have my slides, please? Great. Thank you. So what I'm going to talk about in this presentation is an overview of the latest legislative developments on ICT accessibility that we have achieved at European level, and that form now a very complete ecosystem that sets the basis for ICT, mainstream ICT accessibility. It shares a number of measures that, on one hand, impose accessibility, on the other hand, motivates the sector in order to deliver more accessible products and services. I don't need to emphasize the fact that technology is present in all our lives. Previous speakers have done so and provided plenty of examples. But what is important is to set up this policy and legal framework that will ensure that ICT is accessible, so that we will have solutions and infrastructures that will ensure equal access for persons with disabilities in relation to technology. In that context, we really need to embrace wide definitions of what accessibility is about, but definitions and concepts that contain very concrete requirements. We need to know what we are looking for and what we will be requiring, so that the characteristics of the products and the services and infrastructures to be accessible are clear. Defining this ICT accessibility implies setting a requirements that at the end will result on technology that is allowing for choice, personalization, options, flexibility, having features and functions that allows individuals to choose their preferred interface and interaction with these technologies. Of course, these design features need to be based on user needs, but at the end, we need to talk of what technology does. If we want to set up a system that works, legislation that is setting up rules for accessibility, we need to put on one hand obligations, as I said, on those that are developing the technology. At the same time, we need to have incentives and rewards for those that perform well. And we need to have a strong enforcement mechanisms that will allow us to act. And when I mean us, is industry, addressing competitors, users as consumers, addressing those delivering products and services, and of course public sector as having the responsibility that legislation will work. So with that context, I would like to go to the next slide, telling you that currently, I mean, when we started working on preparing this legislative framework, we found out that there were a lot of different rules on accessibility. In fact, there was a clear fragmentation, regulatory fragmentation. We had some pieces of legislation here and there that require some technical characteristics for some products. Some countries have addressed accessibility from discrimination perspective or from procurement perspective. Most of them would be dealing with the built environment, but there was very little addressing ICT accessibility, and the level of detail was very, very different. I mean, from very kind of aspirational legislation saying, you know, technology needs to be accessible, to some of them that would be imposing some specific concrete solutions for particular services or products. And of course, different levels of jurisdictions, whether we're talking national, regional, or local. But let me now tell you how this system, this fragmented regulatory system now is going to be influenced and made more comprehensive by having this European layer, this European layer. First, we have now a set of legislation that imposes obligations to economic operators. They are having different scopes and targets, but they basically say to those making and putting in the market technology, your technology has to be accessible. In that, group, we have the European Accessibility Act. I will tell a little bit further what it contains. The Electronic Communications Code that is focusing on the new on electronic communication services. And in addition to accessibility, contains provisions for availability and affordability. So this ecosystem complements each other. These pieces of legislation complements and build on each other to advance. Then we have got the Audiovisual Media Service Directive. Their accessibility of content, TV programs, for example, is regulated. We pass now to ICT accessibility legislation that puts obligations on public authorities. This is the best example is the Web Accessibility Directive that requires public sector bodies to make their websites accessible, and it will be presented later on by my colleague in the specific session. We also have obligations in relation to buying accessible. Contracting authorities will have to buy accessible whenever products, services, infrastructures are going to be used by people, and people that can be members of the public or personnel of the contracting authority. It puts really strong obligations, also some incentives and some flexibility to reward those that offer more accessible products and services, more accessible offers with the use of award criteria that complement the technical specifications. Then we have the last group of technologies, which are those, I would say, that provide incentives because they put obligations on accessibility when using EU funds. In other words, if you are going to respect accessibility, you have access to EU funds. one of the biggest funds is the European Structural and Investment Funds. We are now at the moment of revising all these and having regulations and having the rules for the coming years. But accessibility is also there in the Trans-European network. When we build transport and telecommunication networks, accessibility is a requirement. And also when we, in the regulation that deals with external action, so that we have coherence between internal implementation and external action. Going to the products and services covered by EU accessibility legislation, I mean, we have websites, computers, ATMs, in general self-service terminals, telephones, TV sets, set-up boxes, machines being used for checking and for providing tickets, electronic tickets in different modes of transport, for banking services, e-books, e-commerce, so any website that will deliver an e-commerce service will have to be accessible, consumer banking services, online public services, websites, mobile apps, and emergency calls. Emergency communications will have to be accessible. We have some forward-looking terminology, like, for example, we don't talk only about, in the accessibility, about mobile apps, which is what we know today, but any mobile device-based service could be wearables, because they are delivered or services provided through wearables, for example. We need to look towards the future and prevent accessibility barriers. Let me say that while legislation is essential, it is not sufficient. Legal measures need to be accompanied with by other policies, and I will show you some examples by addressing a standardization in which more details about what accessibility means is contained. The European Commission issued in 2005, the first a mandate requiring standardization organizations to develop a European standard on ICT accessibility. This has resulted now in EN 301549. We have several versions. This standard is also used into legislation for the Web Accessibility Directive to provide presumption of conformity. Let me say that this standard contains provisions for products, software, hardware, web communication, ICT content, and refers and uses W3C way, WCAG 2.1 now, accessibility guidelines to define what a website is, how a website needs to be accessible. It is important to know this because technology is global. ICT accessibility should remain global. We need to, as Rosanna was saying, to not reinvent the wheel, and what we certainly don't need to do and shouldn't do when developing ICT accessibility is create new barriers. We need to have common requirements as much as possible, and that's why this standard has been resulting from a cooperation, a policy cooperation that the European Commission had with the US Access Board. We aim really to have global solutions and to have coherent and compatible standards in the different jurisdictions. I would also like to refer to mandate 473. This is a kind of process-oriented standard. Alejandro mentioned it, and it is very important because it provides rules, it provides a way for an organization that wants to deliver their products, their services, whatever they are doing accessible. It tells them what they need to do, how they need to organize, assigning responsibilities, testing, defining protocols, finding standards. Is really a way of understanding that delivering accessibility is not a one-off thing, is not something that happens spontaneously, it's not just a matter of a couple of individual experts in your company, is really something that has to be embraced coherently in the whole organization. It will also help you to buy accessible, and especially when you are having in procurement, buying accessible services, it can be used to say how you want your services to be executed, those services that you are buying. How, by which organization, what that organization should be looking, and that will give you some certainty that the result will be accessible. The last mandate that I would like to mention is mandate 420, and that is about the built environment. And you will tell me, well, why do you talk about it here when we are all engineers doing ICT? Is because technology is more and more embedded in the built environment. We have got technology for orientation in buildings, for communication in buildings, for safety in buildings, and also we're going through a push for having technology, having sensors, actuators, and for example, energy efficiency of buildings. You'll need to interface with all that technology, and if that technology is not going to be accessible, we will create yet another barrier for persons with disabilities. This standard is at the current moment being finalized. We have already a draft standard that is for consultation, and I really hope that it will be really supported by the national standardization organizations. Finally, I would like to say that EU funds allowed to finance, and they are there for financing accessibility. You can not only see these EU funds as an obligation for you when you spend the EU money to respect accessibility, but you can use it. You can say, I'm going to get that money and make sure, in the scope, of course, that those funding cover, to make my ICT, my built environment, whatever, more accessible. And we can have some reference to some examples, to some member states that have done so. I've seen Poland, for example, they are using, they have a big program based on the structural funds to build accessibility and remove existing barriers. Two more words before I finish, and I would like to say that, and to refer to the presentations that we have had before, we really need to step up our efforts to prevent accessibility barriers. I started by saying accessibility is not a one-off issue, and we see that as technology evolves, we need to find a way to set up policies and legislations that look to the future and capture in the forthcoming regulatory frameworks of new technologies. I mean, we're talking about data protection, but we're talking about ethical issues in artificial intelligence that are being developed. How are we going to include accessibility? How are we going to make sure that those frameworks are compatible with the accessibility needs? This is really very important if we want to be to have an inclusive digital society. And finally, I have the feeling we have this policy, this legal framework. Now we hand over the work to you. I mean, we now are in a phase in which accessibility needs to be implemented. We have a great policy framework, very comprehensive, very wide, very detailed, but now we need really to support the practical implementations. I mentioned the funds, but we need competent people on accessibility in the area of ICT. We need to invest in training. We need, and Rosanna mentioned some examples, if we do not succeed on having competent professionals in this area, accessibility, ICT accessibility will not be a reality. So we need to invest more and more into training, into the regular universities, technology institutes and so forth, to have more courses, more studies, curriculum being developed on ICT, ICT accessibility. And let's not forget, this brings with a reward in an area where we have got, in a situation in which we have got countries with with the crisis, we have had unemployment. This increases unemployment, although we see now some improvements in jobs, we still have a lot of young people that do not find a job. This area with the demand, with the push being given from public authorities on accessibility, I think it has a potential for creating a next generation of jobs. Learning from the green jobs, the white jobs, let's really create the accessible jobs, and because there will be an opportunity for our younger generations to engage more and create a better society that is inclusive for all, including persons with disabilities. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we learned a lot, again, about the technologies, also about the enabling factors, including the knowledge development, but also importance of the standards, technical standards, but also regulatory standards. So we'll follow up on that discussion in the round of the questions, but now let me invite Mr. Olivier Scicluna, Commissioner of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities from Malta. So how does it look from the national perspective? What is your take on that?
I decided to move a little bit because you will be listening to the oracle instead of me. First of all, I'm going to give a brief of what the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability is. The Commission has been existing for the past 33 years now. It was a catalyst in the sector in Malta, and it played several roles in several achievements towards the rights of persons with disability in Malta. Currently, it is not yet the independent mechanism, but it is the monitoring mechanism. After all, our aim, my priority is to push the government and the Commission to become fully independent and autonomous. Malta signed the convention in the year 2007, together with the optional protocol, and ratified it in 2012. Until that time, the Commission used to provide services to disabled people, such as, for example, services which provides financial subsidies to disabled people in buying equipment, including equipment which helps disabled people to live more independently. But from there on, in 2013, the Commission was then decided to be the monitoring mechanism. When I took the position as chairman at that time, I decided to build the investigative role of the Commission and try to move the services from the Commission to Agencia Support, which today Agencia Support runs the services which CRPD used to run. I'm focusing mainly on the local scenario and then on the local barriers, because usually they say they save the best for last, but after these people have spoken, I feel a little bit betrayed. But Article 9, for those who don't know what is Article 9, it obliges the state parties who have signed and ratified the convention to keep, the state parties need to inform, communicate, and include the information communication and services, including electronic services and emergency services in an accessible way. And something in the local scenario, for example, is that we don't still have emergency services which are accessible for everyone. So that is something the Commission, together with other entities, is trying to push forward to have emergency services accessible for example, deaf people. To promote other appropriate forms of assistance and support to persons with disabilities to ensure their access to information. To promote access for persons with disability to new information and communication technologies and systems, including the internet, something which the EU Web and Mobile App Directive will help us achieve that goal as well. To promote the design, development, production, and distribution of accessibility information and communication technologies and systems at an early stage so that these technologies and systems become accessible at a minimum cost. And Article 21, providing information in accessible formats and technologies appropriate to different kinds of disabilities in a timely manner and without additional costs. Accepting and facilitating the use of sign language, braille, augmentative and alternative communication, and all other accessible means, modes, and formats of communication of their choice by persons with disability in official interactions. And so on and so forth, like encouraging the mass media, including providers of information through the internet, to make their services accessible to persons with disability. So to move on to the other slide, for most people, technologies makes things easier, but for people with disabilities, technology makes things possible. But in our country, and I think even in other countries, is it mainstream? Are products mainstream? In my opinion, not. Is it affordable? My colleagues here said so. It's not. And is it available? No. And I bring this forward to you because I speak to many disabled people and I speak to many parents of disabled people, and they mostly speak about affordability and availability. There aren't that, well, there are no huge number of choices when it comes to different forms of accessible devices and devices which helps disabled people to live more independently and communicate and educate themselves. So that is something which I don't have a solution for, but maybe we are here to discuss and come up with a challenge to reduce the prices of such devices, such technologies, and to make them more mainstream. Obviously, disabled people are a minority, but it is the biggest minority in the world. So I think it is achievable, after all. This brings forward digital divide. And we are here, I think, because we are aware that out there, and even here, there exists the digital divide. For example, persons with visual impairment, most of the time, technology is their eyes that enables them to see what is happening around the world through the internet and through other mediums. Persons with hearing impairment or deaf, it is their ears that enable them to hear and communicate. After all, we need to, us as disabled people, to participate, we need different kind of technologies. And for not them to be available is hindering our full participation and the bombastic words we usually use, inclusion, in most areas. The local challenges. Our country obviously is very small. As you can see, you are here these 3 days, and you can see that our country is very small. It's a few kilometers big. So that in itself helps us to get resources together, but in itself, we lack resources due to our size and even our demographic. We are in the middle of the Mediterranean. Assistive devices are costly, as I said before. Financial schemes which exist do not make up for the cost because sometimes they make up for 10% or mostly 20% of the cost. Let's say, for example, if a child needs a communication device which costs 6,000 or 7,000 euros, and the person is given, his family is provided with a sum of 2,000 euros or 1,000 euros to buy this device. That is proving a little bit of a financial burden to persons with disability. Although training is provided here in Malta, we lack the human resource to meet the demand. And one of the main issues, and I feel that I need to share it with you, is, for example, FITA, which is one of the catalysts in this area, lacks human resources because it lacks financial stability in the running. And it also lacks human resources because out there are few people who can work directly with such foundation. And preferably people who are people with disabilities who can understand and be at the forefront of developing the foundation and supporting the people who come in front of the foundation. Very few tech people are knowledgeable about ICT accessibility in Malta, and that is also hindering us from completing certain issues of understanding what is accessibility and what is ICT accessibility in these regards. Products availability are very limited, as I have also mentioned before. So, as a facilitation process, the Website and Mobile Application Directive, which is transposed in the Maltese legislation, will be obviously of help. As a Commission, we don't usually receive much reports about websites which are not accessible. In the last 3 years, we only received 1 to 2 reports. But that doesn't picture the whole scenario because I believe that at a local scenario, we are still fighting the physical accessibility rather the ICT web accessibility. The EU Accessibility Act, although not as presumably as was going to be, but still it was passed, is going to help as well as long with the European Disability Strategy, which is going to be relaunched in the coming times. At a national level, we have a national policy for the rights of persons with disability, which was done in the year 2014. And tomorrow, we will be launching, the government, not us, this interactive screen was accessible as well, even for wheelchair users, because the height was lowered so that it will be accessible. A leading ATM, a leading bank in Malta, introduced talking ATMs, and they started the project. The project, it is a worldwide bank, and they started the project with a pilot project for Malta. So they used the same software that they launched in Malta for all ATMs in Malta, also in other countries. And I think that is commendable. We also worked with FITA and another with Vodafone Foundation in Malta to create an application which is still to be formally launched, which is called Spot. This application provides information to disabled people about accessible places, about accessible parking in Malta, and it is an interesting application, in my opinion, which helps disabled people to lead an independent life. Recently, the government of Malta, through Identity Malta, has also launched the Maltese e-passport, which converts what is written on the passport through a QR code. This is mostly beneficial to persons who are blind or visually impaired. We started kicking off with certain localities in Malta with smart parking systems which shows parkings, especially which are free and are already taken. So that helps us also in finding parking, which in Malta is a little bit problematic. But this area still needs to be developed for Blue Badge users to obtain information from this system and to be used in favor of persons with Blue Badge, with the Blue Badge. There are certain areas in Malta, like heritage places, which are not physically accessible. Therefore, they created interpretation centers, one of which, as an example, is the Cittadella in Gozo, where there is an interpretation center where disabled people who can't access certain places because of physical barriers, because of the places are of heritage, people can access information and experience what the exhibitions are showing through these interpretation centers. And like I said before, we are currently still working on the 112 mobile application, which is the emergency service application to be accessible to deaf people, because in previous years a special SMS number was created, but the deaf community in Malta, rightly so, stated that this SMS system is not working for their benefit. We have, these are two of the many schemes we have, which are provided through Agencia support. The work accessibility tax deduction scheme is still provided by CRPD, because it is a regularity scheme, because employers are given the opportunity to apply for tax rebate when they provide reasonable accommodation to their employees. For example, buying a piece of technology which will help their employee on the place of work, and this will enable employers to get a tax rebate of 20,000 euros per year. And the empowerment scheme is another scheme which is provided by Agencia Support, which supports financially disabled people and their families to buy equipment which helps disabled people live more independently.
We will need to wrap up shortly.
Education, I'm just going through these departments which exist and foundations. These are 4 entities. The Access to Communication and Technology Unit, we call it ACTU in Malta, which is in the Ministry of Education. They offer services mostly on communication devices, so that students can lead to an independent lifestyle in education, but now the service is also being extended to adults through Agencia Support. There is the Sonia Tanti Independent Living, like Ruth said, this was moved from CRPD to Agencia Support. FITA, I'm sure you will be hearing of FITA today and tomorrow. And the Assistive Devices for Visually Impaired Center, which is an NGO. This NGO's role is to provide information and to provide guidance about pieces of technology which are not mainstream in Malta and not obtainable in the Maltese market. Way forward, this is the last slide. Currently, as a way forward, CRPD is currently working also with MCA in promoting the idea of providing a subsidy to deaf people when purchasing 3G or 5G, because we know that video conferencing and video calls helps the communication of deaf people. CRPD Malta will be signing an MOU with the Malta Communications Authority to facilitate the implementation of the EU Web and Mobile Application Directive. And last but not least, CRPD is currently leading a working group to facilitate the creation of the 112 mobile application, which is the emergency service application. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very impressive record of the progress made in Malta, and also highlighting some challenges, including the affordability, which seems to be the subject of many interventions already we've heard today. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me come back to my call for the questions and contributions from the audience. As I promised, there is a special prize for the first attendee who will break the barrier of communication, and we have the gentleman in the back, so I will request my colleagues to provide the mobile microphone.
We have microphones here.
Excellent.
I just want to pick up on the point that was being made about affordability of assistive technology. In many cases, that is a complete myth. Huge amounts of ICT assistive technology are available freely as open source. Communication aids are mentioned at $6,000. If you have a mobile phone or a tablet, I can give you a communication aid for free in about 3 minutes. So let's try and be precise on some of these barriers. Cost is not the single biggest barrier. When we keep reiterating that point, we are failing to meet the needs for implementation of assistive technologies.
Right, thank you very much. So first prize is going to you. But the point is taken. So affordability has to be very well addressed precisely what type of the challenge exists. We have another request for the floor. So the micro is going to the gentleman sitting there. He has the microphone on the desk. Did you ask for the microphone? Yes. Voila. So I just remind you, you have all of you are empowered with the voice through the microphones on your table.
Good afternoon, everyone. The presentation so far, in my view, are very insightful. One particular gap that I noticed has to do with the apps and assistive technologies, and for that matter, any technologies in general, and the relationship when it comes to the environment. And I'm not limiting myself here to the urban or social environment. I'm speaking in a wide context, and of course with particular emphasis with the natural environment. The way technology is evolving is in such a way that it is very rapid, and of course the kind of technology that is evolving is in such a way in certain areas where a device is brought out to the market, and in perhaps maybe 1 month or so it would become obsolete. My concern in particular has to do with the consumerism. And of course, in my humble opinion, this could lead to wastage. As I'm sure you can concur with me on this, Earth has limited resources, and of course, if one were to use the cowboy economy, of course, sooner or later, this would backfire on us. Perhaps, just thinking out aloud, and I am wondering as to whether the technology would be designed in such a way where progress would not be impeded, but at the same time, it should keep an eye on making it more environmental friendly, in the sense that, for instance, apps would serve longer, and they could be not only apps but also devices They could be designed in such a way where modifications could be done at minimum cost, and material would be recycled when the device is no longer in use. And now when it comes to apps, they would be designed so that it could cater for a wide variety of devices, not only for the newest ones, but also for those which are which are fairly old, so to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very timely contribution in context of COP25 just happening also in Europe. So e-waste. What can we do? So we will collect few questions, and then I will ask for the statements from our experts. So we have the two, and with this we'll have to close the list of the interventions, because I was only offered 5 minutes more. We are over 7 minutes already. So the gentleman here, please introduce yourself. If the microphone is not working, we'll ask the colleagues to support with the mobile microphone. Okay, so microphone is there.
Hello, I'm Stanley De Bono, CEO of FITA. I'd like to add to what the first gentleman said, to his statement. I am in agreement, but just I wish to add a few points. In our experience, there's an issue with the selection or recommendations relating to equipment by therapists, specialists, what have you, in that it's part of the market, basically. They get specialized or entrenched using specific devices. As part of FITA services, when we issue, not actually recommendations, because we act as a resource center, so we actually inform the individuals or the employer or whatever about everything that's available. But when it comes to their selecting the equipment or getting long-term support, they end up going for particular solutions based on the level of supporting expertise there is behind that equipment. So in selecting, not generalizing, but when selecting equipment, that's an issue to be taken into consideration. In some instances, because we tend to not argue, but discuss with the therapist, there are some particular circumstances where the durability of the device or whatever is an issue. So it might explain going for a more expensive device. If I may compare it, because where there are individuals with a vision impairment, it's a similar issue or experience, is when choosing between iOS or Android solutions. In our experience, both can be accessible. But there's the general perception that an iOS device will, out of the box, will be more accessible. Some people agree, some disagree. At FITA, for example, we've got one expert on iOS and one on Android, so we're always in competition and focusing on the relative accessibility of both solutions. An aspect where I may suggest then to ITU or some other organization promoting and I'll conclude with this, the availability or raising awareness about the different technologies. There's good reason why many blogs, sometimes run by persons with disability, opening of boxes and assessing equipment, whatever, giving the user the chance to experience the use of this technology firsthand, get a good idea of how it will function for them. Because access to information goes hand in hand with being able to select the right solutions for individuals. And that's one particular area where FITA, together with advice, which was mentioned by Mr. Shikluna, we've been promoting strongly by getting equipment for people here in Malta for people to try, instead of just buying it based on a review or just a short YouTube video. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. And the last intervention is going to the gentleman. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Well, it works. Yeah. So I'm Dominique Archambault. I'm here from AAAT Association, and I missed the prize. Sorry. Well, my question is about we heard that we have a lot of very good legislation, acts, guidelines at the European level. I wonder who is taking care of the fact that this is implemented in all the countries? And I know that it is in some of the countries, but do we have any tools to monitor the fact that it must be implemented everywhere? And then after that, in each country, in each place, how can we monitor that it is respected? I mean, if I overdrive from 1 kilometer per hour on the highway, I will get a fine. If a government have a website which is not accessible, it won't get a fine. It won't get any problem, actually. In France, I can tell you that a minority of websites from the government are really accessible. So how can we go really implement all these very nice regulations that we have at the European level?
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have exactly 3 minutes. I was given 3 minutes, otherwise we'll have the troubles with the chef, the cuisine. So in order to avoid this, I would invite our distinguished panelists to make this statement and pick up one of the issues addressed. I think we are talking about the e-waste, we are talking about affordability, we are talking about the feasibility of all expectations discussed and put forward with the all legislation in front of us. We had also the issue of the user experience with the technologies proposed to the markets and also with the standards. So, ladies and gentlemen, maybe I will start from Roxana.
Yes, I would like to respond in particular to the gentleman who addressed the issue of the availability and how we can promote those in order to ensure that the end user are doing the right choices. So while you were addressing the question, I was thinking perhaps at Gary as a useful tool to see exactly what it is available. ITU do not necessarily have this in our mandate as an expertise, but we put together and definitely we try to raise awareness in what it is available. And with regard to the affordability, I would say that exactly as it was mentioned, we are all different. So while there are some accessible technology which can be affordable or at a lower price, perhaps these do not necessarily correspond. And one of the best example is the software for a person with visual impaired. There are some free of charge softwares, but that do not necessarily apply for everybody. So we have to be to make the right choice based on everybody's needs. However, from ITU perspective, with regard to accessible ICTs, we strongly believe that if we are promoting that all the technology be, let's say, produced on smart technology, so definitely the price will impact on the fabrication of these technologies.
Thank you very much. Ima?
Two very small, very short comments. One on affordability. I tend to agree with David. I mean, I think bigger challenge today in Europe, at least, than affordability is getting to know what is available and how it works, and getting persons with disabilities to be able to use, to be trained in technologies to be able to use those devices. That's one comment. In relation to the questions of what happens if you don't comply the law, I'm going to be very short now. Come to the next session where I'm going to say how we do it on the European Accessibility Act, because it will take me some time and we gave it a lot of thought on that. I mentioned in my speech enforcement is critical and key for having legislation that works. So I'll let you know later.
Great, thank you very much. Let's move to...
I'm going to focus my point on easy read, because we have seen and we're going to see great loads of work which is being done by ITU, by the Commission, by other entities, even locally. But what one big problem locally is that most people working in NGOs and people who are not affiliated in local NGOs don't have the time to take a look and read most of the documents which are exhaustive. So easy read not just will help persons with intellectual disabilities, but will also ease people who want to inform themselves about things which are currently being done. Because one thing, if I have in front of me people coming from the local NGOs and I will speak to them about the Accessibility Act, most of them will say that it's news to them. And for me, working in the sector for the past 5 years, I am well aware of the Accessibility Act and the EU App and Mobile Directive. So we have to make sure that so I will include ourselves as well. Communication is much easier, so it will be more communicated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I usually surprise that neither the governments nor NGOs and stakeholders are not aware of our general comments in general, because, for example, the second general comment we adopted in 2015 deals with accessibility, Article 9, and within this general comment, we have an umbrella notion regarding ICT, which means that it has an open-ended list in terms of technologies, and I think relying on general comments would be very useful for not only the NGOs but also for the governments to visualize, to understand how the ICT should be considered and used. And within this general comment, we also have at least 7 or 8 special references to ICT as a technology and obligation of, in terms of meeting the needs of persons with disabilities. And in relation to this, as a gentleman raised the issue of our working group in the field of Article 11, apart from this work, we established a new working group for Article 27, dealing with employment, and it is very important from the perspective of the European Commission and the European challenges, because employment is one of the most fundamental and the most important issue apart from education. And that's why we already adopted a general comment on education several years ago in terms of dealing with inclusive education. And finally, I'd like to highlight the issue of the so-called fourth industrial revolution, because I'm convinced that this revolution would be different from the previous ones, because the first 3 revolutions were about physical skills and environment and working methods. The current one is about cognitive skills and ideas and the perception of the world surrounding us. And I think it would be an entirely different outcome when it comes to the development of human societies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusions of this session. This is amazing that many of the conclusions which we touched upon will find the place to further discussions in the coming sessions. We'll have the sessions touching upon the legislation, technologies, technology revolution, assistive technologies, affordability. So we are not finishing this session with the being hungry for the discussion. We are finishing this session with being hungry for food. This is good. So thank you very much one more time. I would like to invite my colleagues first to make the round of the applause for you. because you were great public, engaged, and we notified that one gentleman behind is getting this special prize, and this will be more than the double portion of the dessert at the lunchtime. So I assure you, it will come. And dear ladies and gentlemen, also I invite you to make the round of applause for our distinguished colleagues. Thank you very much, you were great. And now coming back to the practical arrangements, we really run late, so we'll have only 54 minutes for the lunch. So let's meet back at 2:30 and we'll start sharp because we'll have to catch up at least like 15 minutes on the agenda. So thank you very much and see you at 2:30 here. Thank you.
Accessible Europe. With this session, we're trying to show and provide some examples of how the regulations, legislation that was mentioned in the previous introductory sessions are put into place, put into work. And we will have examples of what the national authorities are doing. We will have examples of what regulators are doing, and also some perspective from the users. The idea is to come from the law to the practical implementation and see how it can really be used, legislation, to make a change, and what needs to be done to get those that piece of paper into practice, so that people know it, those responsible implement it and execute it, and the law is respected. So I'm going to start myself providing an overview of the new legislation that I mentioned this morning, the European Accessibility Act. I have some slides. If I can have the slides presented. And we have a couple of minutes to, thank you. That's for myself, that I keep I keep short. So, can I have the slides, please? Great. Okay. No, this is the ones this morning. I need the other presentation, the one on the Accessibility Act. I will start already anyway, because I know it a little bit by heart while the slides are coming. The idea is, with this presentation, to provide you with an idea of the main features that the Accessibility Act has. We basically have in the Accessibility Act two pillars. The first leg, or two legs, the legislation is designed along two legs. The first one puts certain obligations to a number of products and services to be accessible. So economic operators are charged with obligations to ensure that those products and services are accessible. The second leg of the directive imposes the same accessibility requirements, but those are put for other, to implement other EU law that already contains accessibility requirements, but it is not spelling out what accessibility is. I mentioned this morning the list of products and services, and I hope I will get the slides very soon. Is it going okay? Yeah, okay. So we have, let me start by the products. I hope I remember all of them. The first one is computers and operating systems. They will have to be accessible following a number of requirements that mainly address the user interface, and as with other products, also information about their accessibility features, and that information needs to be provided in accessible formats. Then we have two types of terminal equipment. Equipment dedicated to electronic communication services, like, for example, mobile phones, and equipment dedicated to audiovisual media services, like TV sets, modems, set-top boxes, these type of things. Then we have got among our products to be regulated self-service terminals. And not all self-service terminals, but quite a large number of those. We have got all payment terminals, so whenever you have a payment in a device, in a self-service terminal, those will have to be accessible. And it's important to understand that payment is defined in EU regulation. It's when you get money out of your bank account. Yeah. Then we have machines dedicated to check-in transport services, for example, ATMs in banks, ticketing machines. All those will have to be accessible. We also have got e-readers, dedicated devices that are used for reading e-books. And I hope I have my slides there, so I'm going to already come here. And those were the products. Obligations on products are put on manufacturers, distributors, importers, and representatives. So this means that if those products are manufactured outside the EU, when the importer brings in the EU, they will have to be accessible in order to have a fair competition with internal economic operators that have to make products accessible. We have got a number of services in the Accessibility Act, and we have electronic communication services. We do not have the part of machine-to-machine communication. It's a pity because this is the future, but it was taken out during the negotiations with the co-legislators. This would be the type of communications used for the Internet of Things. But we have got also services providing access to audiovisual media services. I mentioned this morning the service itself, like the program is covered by it. TV programs are covered by another directive. Here we covered electronic programming guides, websites, everything that provides access to that TV program. We also have some elements for transport services that complement existing passenger rights legislation and other transport infrastructure-related legislation. What are we covering? The websites, mobile device-based services, that includes mobile apps, electronic tickets and ticketing, transport information services, including real-time service provided to passengers. For example, to know that the trains are delayed or that your bus is leaving from another platform, and self-service terminals. And here I would like to clarify that there is a double obligation on self-service terminals. One is from a certain date, manufacturers will have to only manufacture and put in the market will only have to put in the market accessible self-service terminals, but then the service providers that buy them and installs them for the public also from a certain date will have to make sure that they have and they are using accessible self-service terminals. We have consumer banking services, e-books, and the dedicated software. Everything that it is not in the e-reader is covered there. And then e-commerce services. Other important elements in the Accessibility Act relates to the European Emergency Number 112. As I said, we are complementing kind of existing legislation. So we have now the telephones. Existing legislation in the e-codes puts already obligations to telecom operators to transmit and have that communication channel, if I can say it in a little bit unorthodox way, to transmit the accessible electronic communications. But we were missing the answer by the public authorities. Who picks up the phone and did not have an obligation to answer in an accessible manner? Well, the Accessibility Act makes that obligation. So we have the complete point-to-point accessibility, the devices, the telecommunication channels, and the answering in accessible formats. Then we have the built environment. And the built environment I put optional because there is a lot of national and local and regional legislation on accessibility. Nevertheless, we have made a comprehensive set, and public authorities may decide to use our requirements at the European level instead of complementing the ones at national level. Finally, we have the link, that second leg, link with existing legislation that requires accessibility there. We
have two types of obligations. If public authorities buy or use buys one of the products or services that I referred before, then it is compulsory to use the Accessibility Act requirements. There is no option, they are compulsory. Now, then if they buy other products, when they use for particular features or elements or components the requirements that we have in the Accessibility Act, they will be provided with presumption of compliance. So, in other words, they can assume that what they are buying is in relation to those features or elements, it will be considered accessible. Yeah? So these are the two ways of applying procurement. I could give you an example. For example, we don't regulate printers, but if in the user interface of the printer, you would use the requirements for the user interface that we have for computers, the requirements that we have for telecom devices, then for that user interface you will be fine. Of course, if you're using a printer with a sorter that has a mechanical part, that physically will also have to be accessible, although we are not covering it. It's up to the contracting authority or the bidder to say how it will be accessible. Some restrictions in the application. Microenterprises related to services are exempted from the obligations. And in relation to microenterprises related to products, they are obliged to comply with the accessibility requirements, but there are two kind of safeguard clause. One is that some of the administrative requirements are alleviated a little bit and they will benefit from some guidance. Then we have two safeguards. One is on disproportionate burden, so the application of the requirements go to the extent that they do not impose a disproportionate burden. And fundamental alteration. Fundamental alteration means that, you know, the essential character of your product or your service does not need to be altered because of accessibility. If you are manufacturing miniature phones, you can still have miniature phones. Nobody will ask you to have phones with big buttons. Some provisions, and I'm going to go quickly for products and for services. If economic operators comply with accessibility requirements, then they get the access to the whole European market. They get the free movement of their products and their services. There are a number of obligations for products based on some internal market typology of legislation, saying what the different actors have to do, representative, importers, and distributions. If the manufacturers and when the economic operator sees that the product, I'm talking now only about product, complies with the requirements, they can put the CE marking and declare, self-declare, that the product is in conformity with the directive. Then I will talk a little bit about market surveillance and enforcement in a second. What we have then is similar but different, a little bit different provisions for services, telling what their applications should be, also free movement, and some obligations. In both cases, okay, let me go back. In both cases, in products and in services, we have created a process-oriented enforcement that goes from starting light into strong measures. First, manufacturers are charged with declaring accessibility, as I said, that the products or services are accessible. Then we have got authorities. In the case of products, market surveillance authorities. In the case of services, is authorities responsible for compliance of services that have the obligation of checking, regularly checking, and they can receive complaints, and they need to act on those complaints, making sure that remedial action is taken. If that does not work, then we also have an article that allows for persons with disabilities, consumers, and representative organizations to go to court to take action, and the obligation for member states to ensure that there will be penalties which are dissuasive, effective, and what's more, that remedial action is taken. So that at the end, what we would like to have is that products and services are accessible. We just not want a penalty for the sake of having a penalty, but to improve the situation in the market. We have some standards. I'm not going to go through them as I stated this morning, that are a basis that would help us, because the directive allows to use standards to provide presumption of conformity as a mean of compliance. It does not oblige to use standards. We can also have some technical specifications under some conditions. The timeline for implementation, we have 3 years for transposition and another 3 years for application of the directive. So first, member states will write the provisions of the directive into national law, and then economic operators have roughly another 3 years for application. I'm not going to extend into all the requirements and exceptions, which there are, but only to tell you that in the annexes is where we have got the accessibility requirements. Have a look to those annexes. There are also some examples in the annexes, and there are some description of the procedures for conformity assessment, and a method for calculating the issue of disproportionate burden. With this, I hope that you got an overview of what accessibility is about. If you would like to know more, let me know. And I finish with this one, the presentation. So now I will proceed with the moderation of the panel. I am going to introduce first Teresa Hourigan, who is working in the Irish regulator, but for electronic communications, but she is here in another capacity. She is working in BEREC, the European regulator, and she's co-chair of the end-user working group. And she's going to tell us what are those provisions, what's happening at European level in BEREC in relation to provisions for electronic communication and so for persons with disabilities. What's happening in that area? So Teresa, would you like to come to the podium? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just waiting for the slides. As Immaculata introduced me, I'm working as co-chair for the BEREC End Users Working Group, and we've been doing some work on accessibility for the last number of years. So I thought today it would... that's not the presentation. I could try the Spanish administration, if you like. Might be more interesting. So it's the BEREC presentation. Yes, so we'll start off with just looking in the overall context of BEREC and our strategic priorities, in particular to people with disabilities, the work that's been completed to date within BEREC, and then I'll focus on the summary findings of a report that we published last year, 2018. So the exploring new ways to boost consumer empowerment. So BEREC's strategic priority outlines our role in promoting the interests of EU citizens and protecting the interests of vulnerable end user groups. It includes a role for BEREC to study demand-side aspects of the market, to monitor market evolutions, and to respond to ensure end users' continued ability to use the services of their choice at appropriate levels of price and quality. Moving on then to the work that we have done in the last 10 years, really. We started off in 2011 with a report that we published in February 2011, just taking a benchmark of what was the position throughout Europe of ensuring equivalence in access and choice for disabled end users. This is grounded in law under the Universal Services Directive, which was introduced in 2009 and implemented in Member States by 2011. In 2013, we did a follow-up workshop where we discussed improvements to date, and in 2015, a further workshop followed by a questionnaire to all Member States, again asking specific questions in relation to implementation of the articles that related to accessibility and for benefit disabled end users. 2018 was our final report, and that was the result of another questionnaire issued to our members in 2017, and I will bring you through just some of the main points of that now. So, how we approached the questionnaire. What we did was we looked at the legislation, we looked at each article that related to accessibility, and we split it between what's under universal service, what's under end users' interest rights. Then we looked at the roaming regulations and audiovisual media services directive. So the first universal service, when we talk about Article 6, we talk about accessibility of public payphones. And whilst the slide may look very busy there, really what you're seeing is for Article 6, 14 member states have an obligation for accessibility of public payphones on the universal service provider. However, what you don't see there is 8 other member states evaluated the service that was being offered to people in their country, and they concluded there was no need to mandate something because it was already being offered. Article 7.1 deals with access to and affordability of services, including emergency services, directory inquiries, and ensuring equivalence is enjoyed by all people. Within that, 18 member states have a specific measure imposed on the universal service provider, with 4 imposing on all service providers. When we look to Article 7.2, this is where member states, they may take specific measures to ensure the disabled users have a choice of providers. And again, when you look at that, there was 6 measures taken on the universal service provider, with a further 9 on all providers. Article 23, when we look at end users' rights, then, end users' rights is ensuring access and equivalence for all end users. So Article 21.3 deals with transparency and publication of information, and the regulatory informing people with disabilities of what the service providers offer to them. So under Article 23, in total we had 23 member states who had placed an obligation on either the universal service provider and or all member states. Article 23A relates to ensuring equivalence of access, including terminal equipment. And again, we saw the majority of member states had actually chosen to impose a measure on all member states, not only the universal service provider. With regard to the roaming regulations, 22 member states have measures in place with regard to roaming and accessibility, which is personalised pricing information on request. And then the Audiovisual Media Services Directive. Throughout Europe, most of the national regulatory authorities for telecoms market do not have responsibility for the audiovisual media services. So therefore, that's why in the slide you see a very low number, only 2 having taken some measures with regard to that. But that's purely because they're not the regulatory authority responsible. When we look then at monitoring compliance, and here what we looked at is how do member states monitor compliance. So the top mix really was between complaints, end user complaints, regular reporting, and then a variety of other monitoring. So with regard to the universal service obligation, you can see from the slide there that 18 member states do monitor for compliance, and it's a mix between complaints from end users and their own internal monitoring and regular reporting. Article 7.1, with regard to access to and affordability of services, is very high monitoring there, and obviously the emergency services is included in that, which is very positive. Article 7.2, the ensuring access of choice, 18 member states have monitoring of compliance. With regard to end users, 23 member states have monitoring of compliance within the Article 21.3, and in 23 a similar figure. So I suppose what we have to also remember is that some member states don't actually accept complaints from end users, it's the ministry. So whilst those member states who have active complaints departments, they feed those complaints into their monitoring and compliance divisions, some just don't have that facility, and thereby they do their own independent reporting and monitoring of compliance. We also then asked questions with regard to availability of additional measures. And I suppose what we found was that the availability of accessible equipment, such as terminal equipment, 12 members had additional measures in place. 4 had additional measures for terminal equipment appropriate returns policy. What that is if a person with a disability isn't able to try out the actual terminal equipment in store, that they have the ability to return it. Requirements for accessible equipment, again, 4 countries. The accessible website, those 10 countries where additional measures are in place, and availability of accessible software, those 10 member states as well. So just in relation then to the questions on additional measures regarding customer services and complaints. So we asked with regard to how many member states had an accessibility of customer support services. I suppose what we found in issuing this questionnaire is where we're looking at just equivalence of access and choice, where the complaint service isn't a good service for all users. We were asking specifically with regard to what accessibility measures are you offering to customers. It's not to say that the actual customer service that they're providing is in accordance with the member states' requirements, but they did go beyond what they were offering to end users in about half of all member states. The next slide just relates to other measures and terminal equipment. And I suppose what it shows is there is work being done throughout the member states, but it's not complete, and it's not throughout all member states. So 24 of the 28 NRAs actively engage with representatives from the disabled community by formal consultations, meetings, focus groups, and our formal cooperation networks. NRAs have regard for national circumstances, and they adopt different approaches to ensuring equivalence of access and choice. And using the tool, it serves to assist and inform NRAs as we evaluate policies to ensure equivalence of access and choice. As was mentioned this morning, there is new legislation coming, the code, the European Code, which was published last year and will be implemented in all member states by the end of December. So I've just got my time up message. I'm available afterwards if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, we're just on time to keep your 10 minutes, so that was really very good. Without more delay, I'm going to pass the floor to Elena Munoz,
who is the head of the Web Accessibility Observatory in Spain. She's working in the Ministry of Territorial and Policy and Civil Service, and they are responsible for the transposition of the Web Accessibility Directive and the implementation of the directive and control. She will tell us all about it. Elena, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me thank you, the organization, for the invitation to this incredible Congress, and also to you for attending this session after lunch and in spite of the freezing weather we have in the lunch. For me, it's a great pleasure being here to share with you what the Spanish government has already done regarding the Web Accessibility Directive. The lessons we have learned working in this area alone 10 years. We all need an enabling environment for accessibility, but we are totally convinced that legislation is not enough. To really increase accessibility, we need a complete approach to the issue. Now, let me begin explaining the initial conditions we have to face to take in consideration when we face the important challenge of negotiating and implementing the Web Accessibility Directive in Spain. As you may already know, Spain has a very complex administrative context. It is a very decentralized country with 3 administrative levels. Of course, around these public administrations, there are thousands of websites, and most of them are managed in a totally independent way. In this complex context, my ministry is the organism responsible for the IT strategy of the state, and also the coordinator with all the other administrative levels and with international institutions. We work on many different technical areas, and one of them is IT accessibility. And as we have already seen this morning, we have to keep in mind that technology must be the key to closing gaps and not the excuse for opening new ones. The other initial condition was legislation. When the European Commission presented the proposal for the Web Accessibility Directive in 2012, Spain already had legislation. It was much more ambitious in the scope, covering all public websites. However, it was very scarce in terms of measures to ensure compliance. Additionally, we have already implemented a voluntary policy for monitoring, and what is more important, we weren't novice in the field. Therefore, we had totally clear what we wanted and were expecting from the directive. In general, we pushed forward in the negotiations in the Council. And finally, my perception is that with the collaboration of all actors, we came to a conclusion with an ambitious but also balanced directive. Now, please let's go back to the end of 2009. As I have explained to you, we already had the needed legislation. So why do you think we started implementing the Web Accessibility Initiative? The answer may surprise you. We already knew that the situation was not good. Of course, it was interesting to have a monitoring policy, but the main objective was other. It really was helping public administrations. The implementation of accessibility is so specialized and so distributed that we thought that the only way to increase the level of compliance was to offer managers as much help as possible. So what was the Web Accessibility Observatory? First, it was, and it still is, an initiative built in the fundamentals of cooperation and collaboration. In a so decentralized country, the only way to succeed was to involve in the process as much actors as possible, especially when we started in a voluntary basis. We designed it with a global approach to all the working areas needed, trying to interconnect them in order to maximize benefits. In the area of monitoring and reporting, we started conducting a periodic official study. With it, we wanted to have a general panoramic of the situation and its evolution, but it was really our excuse to get in touch with public administrations and increase awareness. Moreover, we always send these organisms the specific results of their website, including a list of issues that we have detected, but also suggestions to solve them. Therefore, the monitoring exercise was also a helping tool for them. And finally, the accessibility community is the core piece for providing help and training. Through it, websites managers can have access to guide and specific documentation. Second, they can use for free an online service for self-checking the results they have got or will get in the study of the observatory, a useful way to make them work in improvement between the official studies. And finally, they can ask doubts through forums. All these activities are designed and agreed in cooperation and working groups. More than 100 people from the three administrative levels are working together to make the decisions. Additionally, in 2017, we thought about extending the cooperation outside Spain. Our tracker tool could be useful for other countries, so we released it as open source software. The government of Argentina and of Costa Rica are already reusing the solution for their national policies. But let me go back to the near past and present and to the legislation-enabled environment. Spain implemented the transposition mainly through a new royal decree. As it must be, it was not a translation of the directive, but a new legal development where we wanted to include all the measures that we thought beneficial for increasing accessibility in our context. Regarding the scope, though the one of the directive could be sufficiently broad, we have gone a bit far away. All the public sector with no exceptions. We have also included private institutions that offer services to citizens through an economic agreement with public institutions. That's to say, everything paid with public money must be accessible. Additionally, nearly all the requirements of the directive entered into force in September last year, as we wanted continuity with the existing legislation. From the organizational point of view, the main distinctive contribution is the designation of units responsible for accessibility. Although the Ombudsman is the last chance for a claim, we thought that the initial enforcement must be near the public sector body itself. In accordance with our centralized country, there must be one of these units for each specific independent level. For example, one unit for each regional government. The unit transversal to the organization must be the one coordinating training, awareness, claims, and compulsory exhaustive internal reviews. That's to say, everything that should lead to a complete fulfillment of the accessibility requirements. And finally, in this context, the Web Accessibility Observatory is now the core instrument of the monitoring and reporting body, now shielded by legislation. Finally, to conclude my presentation, I only want to share with you the lessons we have learned along these 10 years. In our opinion, web accessibility is not a problem of legislation, but of education. Legislation is necessary, but you need to supplement it with other actions for all actors involved. Accessibility in websites and mobile applications cannot be achieved only led by ICT units. It must be a concern transversal to the organization and all its public employees with different profiles. Based on our experience, we can confirm that periodic monitoring and reporting is essential to maintain accessibility, as it can be easily deteriorated if not cared about. And finally, all actions implemented should be designed considering health for final managers and websites. Each member state must build actions for awareness, training, monitoring, and reporting. There may be many possible options, but don't forget to include help in the model. And of course, all these actions must be a continuous cycle for improving accessibility, where every actor has a reserved and fundamental role to play. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Elena, for this presentation. I will pass now the floor to Nikola Ivanovic, who is an advisor to the director in the Agency for Electronic Media, and he's going to tell us what's happening in Montenegro. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here today with you and to have possibility to participate in this event and to participate in this panel and discussion. Since I'm working in the audiovisual media sector, my presentation will be focused mainly on position of persons with disabilities in the audiovisual media sector, but I also prepared some slides about legal, strategic, and regulatory framework for electronic media and electronic communications in Montenegro. Since we don't have too much time, I will try to skip many of these slides. It is estimated that in Montenegro we have 11% of population with difficulties performing daily activities due to chronic disease, disability, or old age. This estimate was done by the census in 2011, and according to this source, 5% of Montenegrin population has difficulties with walking, mobility, 5% with vision, and 1% of persons have hearing difficulties. Legal framework in Montenegro. I'm just, because of time, I'm just going to tell which laws consist legal framework: Constitution of Montenegro, UN Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability, a law on prohibition of discrimination of persons with disability, the strategy for integration of persons with disability, which follows areas for joint action and time frame of European Disability Strategy for the period 2010 and 2020, the strategy for protections of persons with disability from discrimination and promotion of equality, a regulatory framework, the law on electronic media, which was harmonized with the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, the law on electronic communication, which was harmonized with common European regulatory framework for electronic communications. This is a short slide about our audiovisual media sector and sector of electronic communication. You can see on this slide that we really have developed audiovisual media sector and also sector of electronic communication, but because of time, as I said, I'm going to skip all these slides, and as we talk accessibility in the broadcast, level of accessibility of program is not so high. Only a few broadcasters provide some minimum possibilities and accessible program, despite the fact that television in Montenegro is broadcast over digital television and digital cable platforms. For example, National Public Broadcasting Services broadcast its first daily news with the support for deaf people. On the other hand, persons with disabilities also don't recognize media as institutions who are acting to promote and to protect their human rights. A recent survey conducted by Association of the Blind of Montenegro found that no surveyed persons with disabilities recognize media as the protectors and promoters of their human rights. The same survey found that 20% of surveyed persons with disabilities consider that they are discriminated in terms of access to ICT technologies and services. The Agency for Electronic Media recognizes this lack of accessible programs and is continuously trying to engage and inform our broadcasters about this subject. The next year should be groundbreaking for our public broadcasting services, which has recently renovated its production capacities and facilities. The new technology will allow to our National Public Broadcasting Service to produce accessible contents on a daily basis. It is expected that closed captioning will follow daily news, and we also expect an increase of accessible content in general. when we talk about the programs and contents with topics of interest for persons with disability, they are present in the programs, but insufficiently. These contents are present mainly in the programs of local and national public broadcasting services. The National Public Broadcasting Service has a program dedicated to persons with disabilities, which is on air weekly. It is also noticeable that local public radio broadcasters have such programs. The Agency for Electronic Media had recognized the necessity to foster production of radio programs dedicated to persons with disabilities through the Fund for Support Commercial Radio Broadcaster, which was managed and administered by the agency. The radio broadcaster had priority to get the fund for radio programs with topic related to the rights and social integration of vulnerable social groups and other topics related with those groups. Only few broadcasters with programs that cover the topics of interest for persons with disability apply to this fund. It should be noted that in general, the broadcaster who get the fund cease to broadcast this type of content after the contracted period expires. In the future, in the previous period, the Agency for Electronic Media of Montenegro had a lot of activity aimed at improving accessibility of contents and their availability, and increasing of number of contents dealing with issues of importance for the persons with disability. We established a very good cooperation with many organizations and institutions dealing with issues of importance for persons with disability in Montenegro. The agency conducted several analyses of accessibility and contents dedicated to persons with disability in the programs of Montenegrin broadcasts. These analyses show a significant lack of accessible content in the program broadcast, both in those of public and commercial broadcasting services. It is also clear that Montenegrin broadcasters didn't recognize existing technological possibilities as a tool to increase accessible content. For this reason, agency is trying to intensify its activities in order to engage all interested stakeholders and inform them about necessity of increasing the share of accessible contents, not only in terms of quantity, but also to encourage the production of quality and relevant accessible content. We will also try to raise awareness about need for production of accessible contents in the broadcasting programs and to stress the importance of such content through training, workshop, and round tables. I will just, before conclusion, give you some future perspective as we see in the audiovisual media sector. The digital terrestrial television and digital cable television offer a lot of possibilities to broadcasters to produce quality and accessible contents. The role of broadcasting regulator here is clear. It should continue its activities in order to engage all broadcasters and raise awareness about necessity of increasing share of accessible content. Digital radio, digital terrestrial radio, with a pilot launch planned for next year, offer lot of possibility to create new radio contents fully dedicated to persons with disability and new program and contents that could promote their social inclusion and integration. The organization and institution dealing with issues of importance for persons with disability in Montenegro already expressed their interest in creating new FM radio programs, so digital radio could provide additional resource due to evident lack of FM available frequencies. In our opinion, DAB offer lots of additional content that could be easily created by persons with disability, which also mean the creation of new jobs. In my opinion, public broadcasting service is a driver of whole process. An increase in the quality accessible contents in the program of national broadcasters will lead to an increase in content in all programs, both those commercial and local public programs. And the new audiovisual media law, which is most important, should be adopted next year. The provisions of this law will be fully harmonized with Article 7 of the new Audiovisual Media Service Directive. This provision will be a new regulatory instrument that should help regulators to foster and ensure more accessible service. Because the time is up, I have to move to conclusions. It's easy to conclude that the legislation in Montenegro, current strategies, institutions have recognized the necessity to significantly increase the amount of accessible content in the electronic media program as one of the measures aimed to fostering and promoting full integration of persons with disabilities in our society. On the other hand, we are still facing significant lack of accessible programs, both in terms of quantity and diversity. The new technology, strong and technologically well-equipped public broadcasting service, harmonized institutional actions could move this situation forward. Agency, as an independent regulatory authority, will continue with actions and initiatives in order to promote significance of accessible contents in programs and will try to involve all stakeholders in this process. These actions should aim to improve the position of persons with disability in the electronic media sector and to secure the place and presence of persons with disability in the media that they deserve as a member of our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the overview of the measures taken in Montenegro, and thanks to all the three previous speakers for keeping the time in order to have a little bit of possibility for questions and answers. The last speaker of this session is different from the one announced in the program because of illness. We are going to have, and we welcome Alejandro Moledo from the European Disability Forum, you heard him this morning, that is going to bring us the perspective of the users and present the content and the key features of the audiovisual media service in relation to accessibility. Alejandro, would you please take the floor? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, obviously, I don't have a presentation, but I will talk from the bottom of my heart. Hopefully, this presentation won't become a fake news example. As we are going to talk about media and audiovisual media, I mean, from the European Disability Forum, we have worked a lot on this, on increasing media accessibility across Europe, but unfortunately, back in 2007, we were not very successful in our advocacy, and the legislation that has been mentioned several times in this panel, the Audiovisual Media Service Directive, just included a very simple and recommendation to member states. Member states shall encourage audiovisual media providers to make their services more accessible for people. I think it said like for people with visual and hearing impairments. Fortunately, time passed and we saw that some countries went beyond that recommendation and actually adopted some national legislation, and they increased over time the amount of content, of accessible content of their audiovisual media. Just to give you, before going into more details, to give you a little bit of a summary of what this legislation includes, is basically the legal framework for those audiovisual media providers, meaning public and commercial broadcasters, and also those video on-demand platforms, such as, for instance, Netflix or HBO, which provide their audiovisual content through their services, websites, mobile apps, and so forth. So the directive includes provisions when it comes to anti-discrimination, commercial information, protection of minors, promotion of European works and so forth. And Article 7 is our article. Article 7 is about media accessibility. So as I mentioned, some countries did work on it and did progress in the past years, but others definitely lagged behind in terms of providing audio description, sign language interpretation, subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, and spoken subtitles. These are the 4 main access services that we are promoting in media accessibility on the media content, because this directive is about the content. It's not about the website or the electronic programming guides in which you see what content is available that evening to watch, or the mobile app. All those aspects, we managed to include them in the European Accessibility Act, and they will need to become accessible. And more importantly as well, they will need to include the information about the accessibility of the content, because sometimes people with disabilities, we have the problem of, I don't know what content has audio description. So the Accessibility Act will cover these gateways to content and this information about the content, whereas the Audiovisual Media Directive is about the audiovisual content itself. So, as I was saying, finally, and sorry because since I don't have any kind of scheme, I just ramble and think, like, trying to think logically. So in this revision that finalized with the adoption of the revised Audiovisual Media Service Directive in 2018, so last year, we achieved a major milestone when it comes to media accessibility, because finally the Article 7 became an obligation. It's not a recommendation anymore. Now it's an obligation to member states to ensure that audiovisual media service providers continuously and progressively improve accessibility for persons with disabilities. That's an improvement. And actually, there is a recital in which we mention the 4 main access services that I said before, so subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, which not to be confused with just language subtitles. They include the non-speech information, which is important for the content, so bear this in mind, because sometimes we kind of take all subtitles are good enough for deaf and hard of hearing, and they are not. Audio description for the blind, and visually impaired, and for anybody that wants to multitask as well, sign language interpretation, and spoken subtitles, which are particularly important for those countries in which they don't dub the content. So this became an obligation, as I said, and from EDF we are pushing, and actually I will post it on Twitter so you can access to it easily. But if you Google European Disability Forum Toolkit Audiovisual Media Service Directive, you will find it. We just published it last November in the International Day of Television, our toolkit for transposition, giving recommendation to our members on how to go beyond and how to develop this directive, because as you just heard, it's very general. Shall ensure that audiovisual media providers make their services continuously and progressively accessible, but how to do that? We unfortunately couldn't get any accessibility requirements for audiovisual content in the Accessibility Act, so we need to develop these access services at national level. What it means to have subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, what are the differences? How can we ensure quality of the description? So we are calling we're calling member states for developing this article, bearing in mind 2 aspects. We want quantitative and qualitative target. And this may sound a bit scary, but it's very easy, and we've seen the success of countries such as the UK in media accessibility. So imagine that there is a country with nothing on accessibility to media accessibility. Nothing on media accessibility. So by 2020, all the content will need to have 20% of the overall content with subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, 5% of sign language interpretation, 5% of audio description. On 2021, 40% of subtitling, 15% of, and you see the progress over years. Obviously, you need to define which providers are included and thresholds and so forth. And again, to consult with the disability movement at national level to define the priorities and the quotas that you want to adopt at national level. And quality as well, as I mentioned. And for this, to achieve these quality aspects, to ensure that not anything could work, so we need to have and we need to use standards for media accessibility. There are countries that develop their own standard for media accessibility, and in this case, since this is a very national agreement, that sometimes they are different from each other across Europe, but there are some ISO standards that could be used at national level if there is a country which has not developed their own standards for media accessibility, for audio description and subtitles for the deaf and hard of hearing, etc. And here I'm gonna say something that I wish that we could convince ISO, which is the other international standardization organization, to make these standards freely available for people with disabilities, because if we also need to pay to get the resources that could help to improve accessibility at national level, that's a very unfortunate situation. The Audiovisual Media Service Directive, on top of this obligation to improve media accessibility, which I recommend you to take a look at our toolkit, it includes other provisions to complement this, such as regular reporting on a regular basis, but we don't know exactly what is this regular basis. This will need to be defined and made available for people with disabilities as well. There will be also a contact point for users to get information about the audiovisual media services and also to receive complaints from users. Another provision is to encourage audiovisual media providers to adopt action plans, and here we have many recommendations from users to the visual media service providers on what they could include in these action plans. Like, for instance, when you buy a content, I'm buying a film from Hollywood, if I'm gonna buy it, then I'm gonna buy it with the subtitles and with the audio description. And then it will be easier in-house to develop our access services, things like this. And finally, a final provision in our dear Article 7 is the obligation to broadcast emergency information in an accessible manner for persons with disabilities. This is obviously an improvement. At the moment, we are in transposition, and the transposition is meant to finish on September 2020, next year. I finish, and we are working with our members to make sure that we get the best out of this legislation, which will be complemented very much by the Accessibility Act. And I hope I didn't say any lie, and I am happy to discuss it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro, and thanks for the flexibility of jumping in and tell us what the content of the Audiovisual Media Service Directive is. We'll have tomorrow, by the way, a complete session on these issues that will go into much more detail. But I hope that with this session we have provided an overview of how these regulations complement and address accessibility issues in Europe now and even in Montenegro. So now we have a couple of minutes, in fact only 6 minutes for questions. So I would like to get a couple of questions to be addressed before we close for the next panel. So, and we go for coffee break. So who would like? Yes? No? Okay, so who's raising the hands? There is, yes, please go ahead.
Yes, I'm Stanley Bono from FITA. In Malta, I believe it's also elsewhere, but a strong driving force in terms of lobbying and pushing for change should be the NGOs, representatives of persons with different disabilities. The audiovisual aspect and content management interests us particularly. What should the different local NGOs, I think it could be valid, same argument for other countries, I'm speaking on behalf of Malta, be doing in this period up till September 2020 in terms of raising awareness, communicating with EDF maybe, in order to ensure that the rights are properly observed and enforced? Thanks.
Okay, we have another question from here to the left. Klaus, please go ahead.
Hello, this is Klaus Höckner from Austria, from the Austrian Disability Forum. It's more a remark than a question because Alejandro spoke about standards and standardizations and the access to standards in ISO 10, CENELEC, etc. There is within the framework of IIIT, there is a so-called special interest group on standardization, which is trying to find out which standards are in relation to accessibility and to bring them to the right person who knows what's going on in this standard, because sometimes we have standards that are not obviously in connection with accessibility, but they are in connection to accessibility when I look into the standards. So I would like to invite all the persons sitting here in this room to look on the IIIT website, aate.net. There is a link to the special interest group, and perhaps if they are interested, to register there and to work with us together.
Okay, any other question? Yes, one final question, please, very short, so that we have time for answering.
If I might just ask Nicola, it's David Wood here from the EBU. In one of your slides, you had a notice which said a DAB Plus service for those with disabilities. That sounds a great idea. I wonder if that kind of thing might be interesting for the Commission to put forward to other broadcasters. And can you tell us anything about how your DAB Plus service works? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we pass now, I give 1 minute per speaker to go. We start by Nicola, then Alejandro, and then Elena and Teresa will finish. Please.
Actually, I don't know, does it work? Does it work?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Actually, in Montenegro, we have one FM station, which is a non-profit station, who produce programs with to persons with vision impairments. It's Radio Homer. It's available about 30% of population. And we plan to start the pilot of DAB, and we think that the DAB is a good possibility to create additional radio programs fully dedicated to persons with disability. On the other hand, we think that DAB could create a lot, DAB Plus has a lot of possibilities in additional contents to a classical radio program.
For the promotion again, but it's basically for DPOs, for local DPOs and national DPOs, to in an easy way to understand the legislation and focus on the areas in which we can take the best out of it. So if you have any problem finding the document, just let me know. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Alejandro.
And good luck.
Elena, is there something you would like to add?
Well, just as we have focused on just in the questions regarding the broadcaster issues, in Spain what we already did in the transposition was to make compulsory to have the website and the APP accessible. So it has already entered into force in 2010 that all public sector broadcasters should have websites and APPs accessible.
Very good. So that will also complement the anticipate compliance with the Accessibility Act. Teresa, please.
Just to finalise then, just with regard to the Disability Forum and the standards, ISO, I can circulate that through my colleagues in the BEREC End Users Group to get that information out there, and that concludes. Thank you.
Okay, so I hope that the panel made clear presentations for you to get the view how regulation works in different areas at different level, and how they contribute to advance on accessibility. We are now closing for coffee break, and we have half an hour. We have to be back at a little bit less than half an hour, 4 hours 10, so at 16:10. And please join me in an applause for the speakers that provide excellent presentations. Dime. Excuse me? Excuse me? 15 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. I have contradictory instructions, but I can live with it. I'm sure that...
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. So we're taking a 20-minute break, and I would be happy to see you all at 4:10 to start 4:15. Thank you.
immediately from Ms. Drafan from the ITU. She'll be talking about accessibility and artificial intelligence.
I was looking forward to being able to stand on a box to be able to see the screen below. So forgive me, I'm going to stand aside because I'm a little short. A little bit of equity in the height of the stand is needed here. I'm also waiting for my slides to appear, but as far as I'm concerned, I think you had the most wonderful keynote this morning. When I'm talking about AI and ICT accessibility, I don't think I want to go over what Jutta was talking about. So I'm waiting for the next slide to appear. No, and I can do it from here. Is it coming? Yep, it's come. Okay, so everybody has talked about universal design principles. We've talked about inclusive approaches this morning. And now we have the potential for AI to assist in removing those barriers. And I think one of the major issues we have is that we have had a lot of misinformation about AI over the years. And I'm really worried about the hype. And I think both these things have been a disservice to us, as has been mentioned. So we know we can offer visual and auditory controls that are accessible in many ways. We can use sense of touch, feel, motion, all these sort of things, as long as we integrate them within the design of our technologies. Furthermore, we can, by having multiple means of representation with both visual and auditory real-time streaming and media, allow accessible AI and assistive AI, both, to speed the processes. That doesn't mean that they will always be accurate. That doesn't mean that they will be well received to begin with. But for those of us who are captioning videos on a regular basis, it can really help. And I think that is what we need to be thinking about at the moment, because AI has not quite got there yet for many of us. When I'm looking at tailoring something for individual needs and personalization, I may well be thinking of the trials that the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines have been having with the Cognitive Task Force, who are looking at personalization, in particular in the latest guidelines that we're at the moment trying to write. And I say trying, this is a challenge. It's a challenge for all of us because we are looking at a much wider population who are not necessarily all of them being able to be put into little boxes of you have this type of disability and you may have this type. We want this wider inclusive view of disability. One of the problems I have, and I might have to go backwards here, is that when Jutta talks about complex, multidimensional and evolving, we have that task ahead of us, and it is not something that we should feel reticent about. We can challenge our computer scientists. We can ask questions of the way they develop their coding. We can question the data that has been collected. We don't need to sit here and wait for this new revolution of AI to die and to go into another winter, as it was called back in the 70s. I do feel we need to make the use of it, and I want to see us moving on. So I'm going to stop speaking there and listen to those in the panel who have more to say on the subject. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May I invite, before we start, each and every one of us on the panel to say a few words about themselves and the background. Johan, would you like to start?
Thank you. Thank you, Alexei. My name is Johan Ketelaar. I work at Facebook. I joined Facebook 2 years ago. I'm the director of policy in Europe, Middle East and Africa, dealing with all the connectivity policy issues for Facebook, and connectivity includes accessibility. Prior to my career at Facebook, I was a regulator for over a decade in the Netherlands at ACM, doing telecom regulation, but also competition, and I was also a member of BEREC.
Okay, thank you. Claudia?
So my name is Claudia Borch, and I'm a lecturer at the University of Malta. My research area deals with natural language processing, which is basically looking at any type of software that can deal and process language, natural language, any form of language that we speak. When we talk of language, we include sign language as well. And yeah, mainly my focus at the moment tends to be on text processing, but I'm also involved within my research group. We have work going on with speech and even sign language with a particular focus on Maltese. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Klaus?
Yes, my name is Klaus Höckner, and then I can switch my first slide in, because it was all on the first slide. My name is Klaus Höckner, I'm from Austria. The work that feeds me, I'm the CEO and the director of the Austrian Association Supporting the Blind and Visually Impaired. That's the biggest privately funded organization for blind and visually impaired persons in Austria, with about 7,000 members, 90 employees, and 200 persons that are helping us on a regular basis. And I'm also working in the Austrian Disability Forum and the European Disability Forum. That means this is a national umbrella and a European umbrella, and on an international basis on the IAAP. This is the International Association of Accessibility Professionals, sitting in Washington, D.C., where I'm in the Global Leading Council. And to bring the connection to the ITU tomorrow, there will be here Mr. Fembeck from the Zero Project. And I'm engaged in the Zero Project also since the beginning. And I'm a so-called ambassador of the Zero Project. That means I want to provide information and to spread information about Zero Project, which is one of the biggest conferences in the field of exchange of policies and practices for persons with disabilities worldwide, held every year in February, in the third week of February in Vienna. For those of you who haven't heard about it, you can go on the website. And if you want to join us, you have to do it soon, because we have to close the registration by the end of the year. We are 300% over the figures that we had last year. And why I'm sitting here on behalf of my membership in the high-level experts group on artificial intelligence at the Commission of the European Union, which was formed last year. And I'm the one who is representing persons with disabilities as a DPO within this group of 52 persons. And you will hear about my work during my presentation then. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alejandro?
Well, I think
they know you.
This familiar face, familiar voice. Well, my name is Alejandro Moledo, and I'm policy coordinator at the European Disability Forum. So the umbrella organization that represents persons with disabilities before the EU institution, and in my responsibilities are the advocacy towards the European Parliament and those policies concerning accessibility and ICT.
Okay, thank you. So now, Klaus, I'd like to invite you to give your presentation.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Another slide, please. Okay. So the first slide I can skip, because I told it to you when I was sitting here. Why I'm standing here and talking to you about AI and persons with disabilities as a representative of a DPO, of a big DPO. I think we have to look at the chances and not only to look at the hindrance that we have when we are talking on the problems, when we are talking about artificial intelligence. For example, about the pattern and image recognition thing, the automatic audio description, the alt text thing that we have on the websites. I know it's not perfect, but I think this is a thing that could help us to improve websites in a very meaningful way, because we don't have to tell it always to the creators of the website and the content managers that they have to do it when it's done automatically. Re-engineering, personalization, and customization is another thing. I remember we had a project together with the Spanish bank, with the biggest Spanish bank, with La Caixa. It was several years ago where we tried to personalize the ATMs, for example, for persons with disabilities, regarding to a profile that was stored in the central bank server. Yeah? One of these things can I imagine is that artificial intelligence could provide us also on another basis. Yeah. Then bionic exoskeleton, yeah, that's one of the things that we hear always in the media. Giving voice to the speech impaired persons and avatars. I know there are some persons sitting here inside that say avatars, it's an impossible thing. We can't use avatars for deaf persons, but I think we can use it. We can use avatars, for example, when we are on a railway station, when we are on an airport, when we have some short information, when we have ATMs, and all the other information things. Okay, I need my slides, please. I can't see it here. Okay. Then the good thing, the blind man, the blind woman driving with a car, autonomous driving. It would be a very good thing if we have the self-driving autonomous car. Why shouldn't a blind person be able to drive a car? Let's see. Smart cities and IoT is one of the things that we hear, the buzzwords that we hear all the time. Yeah, and gesture and face recognition is another thing. Yeah. Let me say one thing. I think many of the things that are now under the umbrella of artificial intelligence and that are now in the media, they are not artificial intelligence. It's only about digitalization, yeah? And that's the same thing with the things I will present you in the next slides, the EU strategy on artificial intelligence. The EU said, okay, they want to have to reach three aims: to boost the AI uptake, to tackle the social and economic changes, and to ensure the adequate ethical and legal framework. Adequate and legal framework means also in regard to GDPR, to make a task force or whatever you can call it. It means a group of independent persons working in this field, and two deliverables have to be delivered. That means from these 52 members in interaction with the so-called European AI Alliance, the ethic guidelines for artificial intelligence that are already out, with an assessment list of 131 points that can be downloaded on the website, where there was a participation call also. There was, because it ended by the end of the last month, by 1st of December. Then this assessment list will be used for artificial intelligence implementations within companies that are working in this field to make sure that they are in accordance to these ethical guidelines that we issued. These ethical guidelines are based on 4 ethical basic principles on the fundamental rights. That means the respect for human autonomy, the prevention of harm, fairness, and explicability. And the outcomes of these 4 basic fundamental rights are the the requirements that are made in the ethic guidelines, and the requirement in the ethic guidelines that are formed out then to the assessment list. We have 100, as I said before, 131 practical questions for the total 8 requirements that we have in the guideline. And we had a piloting process till the 1st of December with feedback from the stakeholders, from the private and from the public sector. Now we are working on collecting all these things and implementing it in a new version of these guidelines. And then we have the so-called deep dives. That means we're going out to the companies, we're going out to big companies, to small companies, to medium companies, and we have to have interviews with them, with the responsible persons there, to go more in depth to know what they need and what they want. What my work was in this in the framework of this group of 52, when there are 52 persons, you know, it's very hard to implement to bring your standpoint into a paper of 50 pages. Nevertheless, I'm proud that I say we have persons with disabilities mentioned in the paper and in the assessment list. We have it mentioned in the point 1.5 in diversity, non-discrimination and fairness, where the universal design principles have addressed, have implemented into the process of designing AI products and services. Then we have questions in the assessment list in connection to to ensure that all the persons are brought in the process of implementing, not implementing, process of producing services and products from the beginning. You can read about these things in the paper itself, which is freely available in an accessible format, accessible PDF format on the website of the Commission. So, oops, what's the next one? Yeah. What's the next? The next one is we have. I know I'm out. Only one. The next slide. We have identified 3 main points within the group which we want to work on in detail. That's healthcare, manufacturing, and IoT and public sector. And there we have the so-called deep dives, where we'll make interviews with the responsible persons till the June 2020. And on basis of these deep dives, all the papers will be revised and will be put in public again. So thank you very much. For questions, every time you find my email, or you have my email in the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alejandro? Yes.
Yeah. This time I did prepare, yeah, exactly. I did prepare a short presentation. Is this working? Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess there is no need to keep introducing about ourselves, the European Disability Forum. I'd like to present a piece of work that we've done during 2018, and we published at the beginning of this year, is the Plug and Pray report, not play, pray, plug and pray that it works for you. A disability perspective on artificial intelligence, automated decision making, and other emerging technologies. It's available online, accessible formats, and I also brought 10 printed copies, so they're in the second row, the middle. Otherwise, just approach and I'll give you one. The aim of this report was basically to underline those opportunities and those benefits that those emerging technologies would bring to people with disabilities, understanding these emerging technologies as those technologies that will have an impact that are having now an impact in the lives of persons with disabilities and will have it in the next 5 to 10 years. also stressing our concerns and the risks for persons with disabilities, and give recommendations to industry, to policymakers, and to academia and to ourselves, to organizations of persons with disabilities. And to do so, we undertook research, we interviewed some accessibility and ICT experts, we ran a survey among people with disabilities, an event in Vienna, and so forth. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a taste of the different chapters of this report, which reads very smoothly, is very, very nice. Sorry for the promotion again. We looked at artificial intelligence and machine learning, and as obviously is the main topic of this panel, I will focus on that maybe during the discussion later, but we see the potential of artificial intelligence in creating and facilitating the creation of accessible content. We mentioned that before. Examples, we have it in all the big tech companies that we know of, and it's very much used for subtitling, for translation, and even for clarity of complex content. We also looked at reality technologies, so our augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, and those applications of these reality technologies to, for instance, help people with disabilities in rehabilitation, for learning. There are an example of people with aphasia, for example, using a virtual reality environment. So, and obviously avatars as well. Even though avatars, for instance, when it comes to avatars and sign language are not still ready for communication, obviously, but we see, for instance, the good trend in having avatars representing persons with disabilities. Also, in terms of visibility of persons with disabilities, that's very good. When it comes to robotics and smart environments, we know all those devices with voice commands and virtual assistants, which are very, very useful for people with reduced mobility and with motor disabilities, and can facilitate the independent living of persons with disabilities in the communities and in their cities. If these cities are meant to be smart, they need to be accessible and need to include persons with disabilities. And finally, and I will stop in these slides, as we also looked at the problems, the risks, and the concerns that we have when it comes to emerging technologies. Obviously, the first that comes to our mind is discrimination. We know that artificial intelligence and machine learning are run on data sets that discriminate that vital 20% that was mentioned in Utah this morning. And this is obviously a big risk when it comes to AI-based tools for recruitment, for eligibility criteria for financial services or insurance and so forth. So we see the risk in people with disabilities and AI to reinforcing discrimination against persons with disabilities. Obviously, poor accessibility and usability when it comes to the user interface of these emerging technologies. This is something that is also a concern. The interoperability with assistive technologies, as it was stressed this morning as well by Imma, assistive technologies will always be there for persons with disabilities, and we need to ensure that these new emerging technologies and new solutions will interoperate well with our assistive technology, with the technology that is designed for us. Privacy and security. I mean, persons with disabilities, we are also concerned about our privacy. And we want to not to be disclosing our disability if we don't want to. Affordability of the technologies and lack of digital skills. I mean, here I would like also to say that lack of digital skills is obviously a barrier, but let's not put the burden just on the user. I mean, we know that sometimes technologies are overcomplicated. So sometimes let's not only blame the user for lacking digital skills, which obviously we all need to improve, but also the usability of the ICT product or service. And I will finalize with this slide. basically, I picked one recommendation for each of the four stakeholders that we mentioned in this report, which at the end has a long list of recommendations. We love giving recommendations. So for industry, for the tech companies, we asked them for embracing a universal design approach to hire more people with disabilities in their teams, so to have better outcomes in their designing process. To policymakers, we want them to ensure that there is a legal framework that is not discriminatory against persons with disabilities, and they also involve persons with disabilities and their representative organizations when they are deciding which of these emerging technologies are going to make use. To academia, we ask them to work also with DPOs and also research the impact of these emerging technologies to the independent living and social participation of persons with disabilities, and to ourselves to come to conferences like this, but others focused on these emerging technologies and raise our concerns and be heard. Because if we preach for the convinced in this area, we won't make sure that all these recommendations will be taken into account. I recommend you to take a look at the report, and I would like to finalize, if you give me just 30 seconds, going back for a moment to policymakers, because if we are not, and I will finalize with this, if we are not capable of solving the problem of this vital 20% that is not included in the solution, in the ICT solution that our policymakers, our companies are making use, we should not use artificial intelligence. I mean, we should not blame the algorithm for doing what it's meant to do. So we need to clarify, and this when it comes to the procurement aspect, we need to clarify in which areas are we gonna use artificial intelligence based tools. Because maybe we cannot use them for the judicial system or for the police, or maybe we cannot use them for eligibility criteria. So we need to bear in mind that if something is not ready to be used with non-discriminatory approach, we should not use it. And I will leave it there, and happy to engage later in discussion. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Johan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Like I said in my introduction, my name is Johan Ketelaar. I'm with Facebook. I joined Facebook 2 years ago. Before I was a regulator for many years. And if you look at my career over the last 15 to 20 years, it's always been about connectivity. And like I said earlier, accessibility is, in my opinion, a big part of connectivity. If you look at connectivity, you see that still half of the population of the world is not online yet. And so I worked hard in my career as a regulator, but also within Facebook, to work on projects to get people online and to make them available to go on the internet, and also to make it affordable and accessible. Once you're connected, I think it's really important to have people who can be online to make it accessible, like we're discussing today. It's an honor to be here today with this company here, and I think it's important, it's been stressed out already earlier, that we work together in this field, and I'm proud also to represent Facebook here as part of the industry that needs to work together with the community here to make this happen. If you look at the mission of Facebook, it's about giving people the power to build communities and to bring the world closer together. And when we say the power to build communities, we mean everyone, not just the people who are able to go online, but everyone should be able to go online and use our and other services. If you, for instance, we are aware of the fact that 1 out of 10 people on a desktop that use Facebook use Zoom to see it better, and 1 out of 5 people who use Facebook on a mobile device do the same. So that already shows that like 100 million of people need technology to be able to access that particular applications, let alone if you speak about other applications outside of Facebook. So accessibility is a fundamental thing to get our mission right. So we put a lot of effort in it. And I will explain a little bit what we're doing in this space, but being here for the full day also makes me feel a bit humble, because I'm very aware of the fact that we can always do more. So I think part of us being here, and I'm here with my colleague Nina, is also to engage with you to set our priorities right for the next years to come, to work together. Because technology can offer a lot of solutions. And of course, I think Alejandro mentioned this. There are a lot of trade-offs where you need to take account of, but I think technology in itself can help to make applications more accessible. So I want to highlight a couple of things we've done within Facebook and where we're working on in the field of artificial intelligence. First, captioning. It was mentioned already earlier today in a couple of panels. We've been working on a captioning tool over the last couple of years, and it's implemented now on Facebook. So, for instance, for videos, not for all the videos yet, but for many videos, you can now add a feature on Facebook so that it will be captioned for you. And we are also working more and more in the area of automated video captioning. So there you will see that once a video is displayed, you will see the captions automatically showing on your screen. If you look at other things we're doing is real-time captioning. Maybe some of you know that we have like live streaming on Facebook available, so that if you're streaming to your family member who lives in a different country, then we are working on options to make it possible to real-time caption what is shown online, which is of course amazing if that should work. It's very complex, and it's an area where we really need to dive deeper into and invest more, but it's one of our goals to make this broader available on the Facebook platform. Also in the field of artificial intelligence, we use automatic alt text and face recognition, and you're probably familiar with those tools. And we now offer on our platform opportunities to add this to videos or to photos that you post online, so that people who are using screen readers can immediately see or read what is shown or listen to what is shown online. So this way, it's a better way or an easy way to communicate with each other using artificial intelligence as a technique. So most of you are aware of all the services that we have: Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, but we also invest in devices. You probably know Oculus, which is a device which I saw one on the previous slides actually, which you can use for virtual reality purposes, and where you can experience things which are very convenient if you're less mobile to go to some place, and still you can have the experience as if you are there. There's one particular application that we have used in my home country in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, where you've got like the Anne Frank House, which is a museum, as you probably know, which is a very narrow museum, which is hard to access because you have like the tiny stairs, etc. And we built together with the Anne Frank House like a virtual reality experience that you can be inside the Anne Frank House without leaving your room, basically. And I've done this myself, and the experience is really amazing. I've been there for real, and I could compare, and it's a great experience. And I think it's just one of the examples where you can bring technology to people who are less capable of going to a particular place, and still you can have this experience. A more recent example of a device that we have put on the market is called Portal. It's basically an extension of your television, and you can plug it in. And this way, for instance, you can speak to a family member, again, who's maybe living abroad, and the camera can follow you, irrespective where you go. So it's based on new technologies, and so you don't have to be in one particular position if you want to experience the communication with your family members, which might be convenient if you're less able to stick on one place, or you want to follow family members who are moving all along, for instance, small children, and who are taking their first steps, and you don't have to sit in front of a fixed camera, but the technology will help you to give that experience. Outside of Facebook, we are investing a lot in communities who make accessibility better, basically. So, for instance, we have a lot of engineers and developers working for Facebook, as you can imagine, and we are working together with a lot of other companies on a project which is called Teach Access, where we educate developers to sort of incorporate accessibility technologies inside the code, basically, that they are developing, so that right from the start, people are aware of all the accessibility challenges that otherwise would be faced at a later stage. And the sooner you know that you can embed accessibility code, basically, into your applications, the better it is, of course. So this is more like a cultural experience where we, together with other companies and communities, are trying to make things better. I think I'll leave it to that at this moment. Happy to take questions later.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Claudia?
So, as I've already mentioned during the introduction, my work focuses mostly on natural language processing, which is the idea that we look at ways of how to develop software that can understand language. Now, the main challenge lies when we have to deal with languages like Maltese, where we don't have that many resources available. A lot of companies would tend to work with languages like English, Spanish, let's say larger, more well-resourced languages. But with something like Maltese, we encounter a lot of problems because, in general, lack of data means that it's difficult to use artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithms, especially the type of technologies that are used today, which need very large amounts of data. So we always need to come up with, let's say, clever ways of how to make use of the little data that we have and try to come up with applications that can actually process language. I'll give a very slight, brief overview of what we've done so far for Maltese, and then give an overview as well of what we plan to do, especially in connection with accessibility. First off, we have what we call Maltese National Corpus, National Language Corpus. It's representative, it's a textual, a text corpus from various sources, legal, financial, parliamentary debates, literature, academic writing. And the idea of having these type of resources is that we can use this to know how language is used by people in general. The next step that we've gone to do is develop what is called a part-of-speech tagger. And this gives us the grammatical category of words. This is quite an important and fundamental tool with natural language processing because, well, knowing the grammatical category not only not only makes a difference at a linguistic level, but also when it comes to applications such as, let's say, text-to-speech, where, for instance, if you have, let's say, written the word lead or lead, there is a different pronunciation. It's spelled exactly the same, but we would know how to convert that particular word into the correct pronunciation by knowing its grammatical category. So these are the type of tools that are usually working very much in the background, but help higher level applications to work correctly. Another aspect that we worked on is to have a Maltese dictionary online. It's still very much a work in progress, and again, it's a text-based dictionary. We do have an application that gives a slight reference to the pronunciation of a word. However, this is not always correct because this has been done automatically. And this is one of the problems that we encounter, that when we do these type of automatic tools, there might be errors that then, of course, translate into errors further up the chain when it comes to high-level applications. Another aspect that we work with is, at the moment, we have an ongoing project for the first prototype in speech recognition for Maltese. So this would be a software that would basically translate speech spoken file to actual text. This is, again, challenging as well because of the data. We don't have that much speech data. The data needs to be annotated, so we need to have speech data that is actually transcribed, but not only just the transcription. We need to have the alignment, the correct alignment between the speech and the text. So at the moment, we are working on getting these type of annotations. We're looking at different type of machine learning algorithms that would be able to, again, let's say, take advantage of the fact that we have little data to work with and try to maximize the full potential that we can gain. We plan to have a first official prototype by the end of 2020. So this is an ongoing project. We're also looking at, when it comes to speech, we're also looking at ways of how we can use the speech recognition so that at the same time we can maybe develop a speech synthesizer or maybe improve current speech synthesizers for Maltese specifically. The idea would be that we use the speech recognition system where we have text which is aligned to the actual speech, and we can use this as a way of extracting more data for a speech synthesizer. We have research going how we can take the image of a face and generate a description of it. And the idea then would be to fit that description to a speech synthesizer, and that can be used by people who are visually impaired to know what the person looks like, the photo of a person looks like. For this particular work, we're actually focusing on English, and we released a corpus of photos of people together with their descriptions, and we actually have a little tool that tries to generate descriptions of faces. Finally, I will close with one last project that we have that is sign language dictionary. So we've developed a dictionary that has, in particular, reference to Maltese sign language, so that local people can actually have a reference point when it comes to sign language. I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you.
So thank you, Claudia. We've seen a number of things said about especially the challenges of AI, because everybody speaks about AI as if it's this magic powder which you sprinkle on anything and everything will work fine. So I'd like to ask the panelists sort of what do you consider to be the biggest challenge of AI, and how can we go about it? I mean, I know in the case of Facebook, probably privacy is a big issue, no, when it comes to regularization. Claudia mentioned the lack of data, but lack of data is a very big problem, especially because if we want to train machine learning algorithms, then of course we need a lot of data, and that can be a challenge. The ethical part, no, the bias. Bias is a very, very big problem, which sometimes we don't know how to tackle as well. A particular case, which is quite funny and tragic at the same time, is what happened to Amazon. No, Amazon wanted to recruit people, tech experts, and they decided that the best people sort of to train their model on was the people that actually worked at Amazon. So they did the training, and all of a sudden the automated AI was discriminating against women. Why? Because we all know that in the tech industry, 75% of the employees are male. So it learned the bias of those applications as well. So we have to avoid bias. So my question to the panelists is sort of, what do you consider to be the biggest challenge which you have to face when dealing with AI? Yeah.
Want me to start?
Yeah.
That's right. I think you sum it up quite correctly from the Facebook perspective. I think there's always a trade-off with any technology. And in the beginning, everyone is enthusiastic about what the new technologies can do. And then after a while, you'll see the risks that come with it and the unintended consequences it can have sometimes. And I'm fully aware of the fact that definitely for people who are less able to access our services, there are also risks involved if we were to deploy some services. So, and I agree with what Alejandro said earlier, that we shouldn't deploy services where we are not sure about those negative effects. So it's really balancing, and I think it starts with us. And I hope that you've seen, if you look at Facebook over the last year, that we've opened up a little bit more, which is also one of the reasons why we are here. I think it starts with us explaining better what we are doing with our services, the way we process data, the way algorithms work, you know, to make sure not to discriminate, for instance, but also to take input from stakeholders, from other companies and organizations into account.
Thank you. Claudia?
Yes, definitely the issue of data is primarily one of the difficulties that we deal with, especially when it comes to language processing. As I mentioned, the fact that everything is usually automatically done for English, like all the large companies tend to focus on English. That creates a vacuum for people who don't necessarily use English. It's not their native language. And it can be as well the case that there are many people with disability that would actually prefer to communicate in their native language. They would feel more comfortable. So I think there should be more, well, it's difficult to really come up with a solution, yes, because we usually need funding to create the resources, and for smaller languages, the funding tends to be more difficult to attract. So that's always a major challenge for us.
Sure.
Can I add something?
Yes.
The challenge, I think, is that we don't collaborate enough. And I feel that many of us are working in the same area, having the same problems, and that we need to collaborate more. And we have a wonderful example. I have a PhD student who's working on Arabic, same problem. You wouldn't believe it. The 5th language in the world, there is very little data for text-to-speech, free text-to-speech. Lots of companies with very expensive text-to-speech. Same with Serbian, Croatian. We came up with the idea that she said, well, the written text, modern standard Arabic, doesn't work for text-to-speech. It's very different from the conversational text. So what she did was she went and looked at all the captions that were being generated from videos, automatically now mainly, but 70%, not bad in many cases. She looked at that in several different languages, and she found that she could actually use both captioning and Twitter, tweets that were very often written in conversational ways in Arabic, to be able to get a better accuracy for her text-to-speech. And so I think we need to collaborate on these ideas, because I think if we don't,
and
we can't help each other.
Yes, and definitely. And with something like Arabic, again, one of the challenges is that mainly people speak the dialect, not standard Arabic.
Exactly.
So that, again, you're talking about a number of languages under the umbrella of Arabic.
Klaus?
Yeah, I think that's all connected together, because when I look at the discussions we had in the group, it was always mentioned that we have a lack of data because of GDPR, because of privacy, and because we have this lack of data, we haven't enough data sets to overcome the bias that we have in this data. So that's all connected together. Yeah, and one thing more is okay, if I have 98% of accuracy, yeah, what about the second? What about the 2% that are left behind? Yeah, because when I'm a blind person, yeah, for example, and I'm led by a navigation system, and the accuracy is 10%, 10 centimeters. Yeah, it may be that even these 10 centimeters will lead me to the steps downwards. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
and the
So-
BBC
Yeah.
had an example
Yeah.
of that.
And
It was
we
the
spoke-
guide dog that took them to the front
and we,
door.
we spoke about these things beforehand when we went into the room, and I had I read an interview about, because yesterday there was a launching of a new not new but renewed program of Microsoft, yeah, the Seeing AI app, yeah, and the developer of the Seeing AI app said, okay, you can see AI as a child of 3 years, yeah, and there I am by Alejandro, because I can't trust a child with 3 years to decide for me in things that could decide if I can live or I cannot live, yeah, for example.
Alejandro?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I totally agree with the comments about the language barrier, and I think that's a big barrier in Europe when it comes to accessibility. I think I remember that more or less like 80% of the assistive software is in English, and there are many people in Europe who do not speak English, and I think that's one of the strengths of our continent. We are diverse. We speak many languages. That's something that we need to strengthen, even though at the moment it looks like a barrier to access some of the technologies available out there. Going back to the AI and the challenges, I see that on the long term, on the long run, I think the holy grail of AI will be to understand intent, like intentions, and I think we are far from that to happen. And then I wonder whether will ever be possible to actually define fairness in an algorithm. So if we are going to think of an AI-based tool for recruitment, will the algorithm be fair? How can we define fairness? It's a very difficult question. So I think at the moment we should focus on the short-term challenge, which is the use of this tool, and clearly make a difference, or make a political decision as well on in which areas we are going to make use of these tools, and in which areas we won't. It's like, as you said, it's like having a medicine student running a surgery. I mean, I wouldn't like that. So if the tool is not ready and we cannot trust it, we should disencourage companies and public administration, public authorities to use it. And with this, I'm not saying that we should be against AI. I mean, it needs to develop, it needs to grow, and it can bring us like huge opportunities and benefits, but we should be careful on where we use it and for what.
Yeah, yeah, sure.
At one example for Austria, for example, in Austria, the unemployment agency decided to make 3 parts of people. the one that I have the probability for a job within the next 3 months with more than 90%. The others with a probability for a job within the next 7 months below 35%. And the middle one. The first ones they are not treated. And the third ones they are no longer in unemployment. And the decision making is by an algorithm. That's not AI, that's an algorithm. And this algorithm shows that 95% of persons with disabilities are automatically shifted to the third group because of the data that we have. The data that has the bias in it, and then it's shifted, and it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. So they don't get any money for further improvement. So okay, they have to stay in the third group.
Okay, I'm afraid we have to conclude here. Just to conclude, a small round of 30 seconds maybe. What would you consider to be the most innovative application that will change accessibility in your opinion?
Pardon? Can you repeat?
What would you consider to be the most innovative application, the game changer that will affect accessibility the most in your opinion? Big question.
To be honest, yeah. I'm not sure. I think it will be an iterative process where we need to work together, and there will be a bunch of applications at some point coming out of that.
Okay, Claudia.
Well, definitely the idea of maybe having a way of, something we're working on, transferring information from other languages to low resource languages that can really push the research that we do.
I think none of us have mentioned augmentative and alternative means of communication. And one of the things that I would like to see is something like the Seeing AI application develop into something that where the image recognition is so improved that someone who has a speech disability can just either have the device in front of them and the photograph or whatever is taken, and with touch it's spoken. Whatever is on the table, they can ask for it. Whatever's on the recipe, they can on the
menu
cafeteria, they can ask for it. On the menu. And I think that sort of thing that allows someone who has a communication difficulty ease of use as well as any language would be fantastic.
Klaus?
Yeah, I don't know a product, but I think any adaptive solution that could adapt to the personal solution and to the situation at the moment, would be the game breaker.
Okay, Alejandro.
Rather than an application, I would say the factors. So now technologies converge, and if we take into account, and finally we have the infrastructure to have 5G. With 5G, we will be able to have many devices in our place to be connected, and if those really adapt and use AI and so forth to adapt to the requirements of the person, that will immensely facilitate the independent living of persons with disabilities, and I think that's something that we can wish for.
Okay, thank you very much. So that was all the time we have. I thank the panelists, and I wish you the best for the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Just we'll have a technical 2-minute break because we're starting straight away with session 4. So I would kindly ask the speakers and moderators to approach the technical desk to change the microphones. Thank you.
is an exposure of impactful emerging assistive technologies and their application across Europe, including concrete examples of successful digital assistive technologies and services, funding opportunities for innovative products and services for persons with disabilities. I wish to start off by introducing Ms. Teuta Bakalli. Among her many hats, today she's addressing you as a mentor working with the MITA, Multi-Information Technology Innovation Hub. Please.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Very interesting panel, and I'm really looking forward to joining the rest and debating the topic. But I will start by opening with a rhetorical question. What is required and what is in place to enable the project funding ecosystem for assistive ICT across Europe? Now, if I really make this very, very short, by setting the scene, I would say truly, in one word, is money. However, just from the previous panel, I think the silver bullet is actually collaboration. So I'm delighted to see so much engagement in this room and see everybody collaborate and raising awareness, stakeholder engagement, and also discussing all the megatrends, because ultimately that's what it really takes. However, in order to actually bring the product to market, service to market, it's one of the beasts that we all have to discuss, it's the money. Because after all, we have great innovation, we have great, again, different groups working together. However, this is really the one which takes a long, long time to get everybody to agree on. If we look at the private sector versus the public sector, we have so much access to, for example, Horizon or Interreg, which I'm aware of so many wonderful projects. However, again, the accessibility, if we take accessibility into a different kind of context, how accessible is it, the funding, to actually bring things to market? Now, in terms of, I moved to Malta 3 years ago. I lived in London before, and I'm really absolutely shocked and delighted how much innovation and how much digital economy growth I have experienced firsthand in 3 years. So being asked by MITA to mentor, I truly feel honored and privileged. So I do have some slides, which again, this will be uploaded, so hopefully you can come back to me and ask me questions later. But the one I'm really pleased with, if I'm saying what is in place, other than, as I said, Interreg or Horizon, and obviously the private sector where we can discuss different ways of how. The interesting part is what MITA has invested in the incubator, in the innovation. And how this is actually working is beautiful by all the engagement of people, expertise, and in a 16-week mentor-driven program that transforms team from an idea to a tech company. You may say, how is that possible? But I've seen it firsthand experience, and again, there's so many interesting projects in the pipeline that I know you would all kind of be interested to know about. Now, in terms of the journey, again, this is just an illustration. I'm not going to go through all the detail of what it takes. However, looking through 550 applicants received, 36 startups, it's actually quite a big process to find out what is the true underlying innovation and how relevant it is to the stakeholders. Again, this is further detail which I'm not going to go through, but I would probably just stop here and take it further and discuss the how with the panel.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Dominic Chambal, board member of AAT, and he'll be, I believe he'll be covering the Association for the Advancement of Assistive Technology in Europe through his presentation.
Wow, something is not working here. So can I have the slides, please? Oh. Good afternoon. I want first to thank the organizer for inviting AAT to be part of this panel. Myself, I'm a professor in computer science in University Paris 8 in Paris, in France. And I run a master about technology and disability. If I have time, I will say a couple of words about it at the end. And I am also a board member of the Association for the Advancement of Assistive Technology in Europe, which I am here to represent today. I will not really give example of specific technologies because in IIIT we are not vendors or developers of assistive technologies, but I want to focus on a few points that we think that are very important to raise. IIIT is an association federating more than 200 members and 42 institutions in Europe and even more widely. We have members actually from all over the world. And we have a large number of academic members, but not only, also members from companies, etc., NGOs, government services. Our overall aim is to promote assistive technology, the availability of assistive technology for people with special need, and all things around that. Next. So, on my few points, I just will comment on a few words. I will skip actually the first one. It's about enabling. It has been said several times already today that it's a big difference with assistive technologies, that it's not only giving more comfort or more quality, but it's actually enabling people to do things that they will not be able to do without. So at IIIT, we consider that accessibility is a human right, and as well as accessible technology, promoting AT for us include naturally the promotion of research and development of AT and the need for accessibility. I think it's very important that in this session, in this conference, which is entitled Accessible Europe, there is a big focus on assistive technology, because accessibility is something very nice, but it does not work without assistive technologies. I mean, even if you have a very good website that respects all the guidelines for accessibility, well, people who are blind are going to use assistive technology to watch it. They are not going to see it on the screen. One very pragmatic way to define accessibility actually is there are many definitions of accessibility. One very pragmatic way is to say that it is when assistive technology
cater for elderly person having difficulties with the hand to very sophisticated IT products, where IT is today. IT is in many of these categories. Of course, is mainly in communication and information management, but we know, for example, in mobility devices, how much technology in home adaptation, how much IT there is today. Okay, so this is an interesting picture of what is available, what is the market offer in the world. So just to conclude, the key messages of our experience are, first, that the Easting system has proven to be a feasible approach to aggregate information on assistive products from all over the world. The second is that the Easting system is not able to compete at all with national databases. It only aggregates information of international interest, while national databases are more tailored to the local situation, and they provide more additional information that is interesting for citizens on that countries. But you know, sometimes in your country you don't find all the products. You go to Easting and you find if in any other part of the world there exist. Then participating in the Easting gives the partners an added value because it helps improving the national system through expertise exchange. Within the network, we have a lot of experience of good practice in, for example, providing information, but also in assistive technology assessment to ensure that the people is recommended the real appropriate solution. Fourth, the Easting network is open to any new partner who shares the Easting mission, and the ambition where we are working today in collaboration with the GATE initiative of the World Health Organization, which some of you may know, is to become truly global by having all major national databases connected and to have national contacts in most countries worldwide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Andrej.
I'd like now to introduce Mr. Sergio Müller, Board President, BEH, who will be sharing with us some experience from Germany.
Thank you very much. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, and I'm happy to be invited. Well, we heard a lot of things like frameworks, regulations, and other technical background this morning and afternoon. Well, I'm from the German Assistive Technology Industry Association, waiting for my slides. But, well, we are the guys bringing technology, high-tech technology on the road. So we make the technology available for the people who are using it. That's our mission. I'm in this industry since more than 30 years. And I remember when I was the first time at the Closing the Gap conference in 1991, there was not too much high-tech stuff available. Some switches from Tesh, a company in Canada, and some basic devices. And I remember a high-tech event. There was a company called Dragon who had a speech recognition system. And I really was thinking there's somebody behind the curtain typing in the computer and somebody speaking. And I was thinking that's not possible, that you can speak and the computer can write the text. In the meantime, if you buy a car, even if it's a cheap car, you have speech recognition available in almost every car. So the high-tech from 30 years ago or from last year, depends on, is becoming standard technology now. Well, I try to switch to the next slide. Okay. It's not working. I want to tell you a little bit about the German assistive technology and what we are doing. Okay, here we are. Now it's working. Okay, just to explain a little bit what we are doing. There are not too many assistive technology industry associations in Europe. There is only the BEH in Germany, where I'm from. Then we have the BATA and also an organization in Italy. So what we are doing, we are a top-level organization. We are able to negotiate with health insurance and the government, etc. in Germany. We are representing almost 90% of the market, of the industry. We are more or less in the communication field, environmental control, computer access, blind and low vision tools. So that's our main focus, what we are working in. What you see is that always the interface is the key. If you look at the ICT is open doors for a lot of people to get access to almost everything. But for some people, we need some special solutions. In the meantime, a lot of these solutions are becoming universal, what we call universal design. For example, that's what I told about speech recognition. But there's always a gap between the user's capabilities and the access to a computer or other ICT things. So I see our industry is almost bridging this last gap, the last mile. That's our business. And most of the time we are inventing things, and a few years later they are becoming not a standard, but a common technology. Years ago there was the eye tracking coming up. In the meantime, it's not a standard technology, but it's really a very stable technology which can be used through a lot of people. Well, that's what I have on my slide, that innovation is becoming standard technology. But there are still some special interfaces needed, and that's what we are doing. I will show you one short example. Even if you have almost everything, speech recognition and so on, etc., special mouse interfaces, eye tracking, whatever. There's one point. That's the hidden challenge, how I call it, the hand tremor. There are a lot of people, millions of people, suffering from a severe hand tremor. They are not able to use all the technology like the smartphones or the computers because they cannot use the mouse. There are two main fields, there's essential tremor and also the tremor because of Parkinson's disease. There's a little bit of technical difference because of the frequencies, etc. But this is really a big problem for them. You cannot use a touchscreen. You cannot use a mouse. Perhaps you cannot use an eye tracker instead of, and you have not an eye tracker with you if you're somewhere in the office, etc. So there you can see there's a small gap, and there's not a standard solution available for this. But in the meantime, there's a solution. There's a software-based solution, but there's one thing which makes it very simple, an interface, a tremor filter you can plug in between the mouse and the computer, and that's it. And that's what we see also on this example. The technology has to be can be high-tech. We can use artificial intelligence. We can use whatever is available from a technical point of view. But the challenge is, for us as the industry, to make the things easy to use, even if it's high-tech. For example, if you look at an eye tracker, years ago, the first eye trackers, the calibration took a while, 10 minutes, half an hour, I don't know. Now it's easy to use. And that's not plug and pray, it should be plug and play. And that's what the industry is standing for. We are mainly small or mid-sized companies which are working this very special field. And if you compare us with Google, Apple, Microsoft, etc., accessibility is not their main business. They have to do it, and it's very good that they do this, but for us, that's our business. And we are really passionate manufacturers and service providers. As we are all small companies, we decided to go more into a European context. And that's what I want to show you real quick. We decided, after a few discussions over years, to found a European Digital Assistive Technology Association, which will be founded end of March 20th in Amsterdam. And there will all the stakeholders from the industry together network. And our vision is to enable access to digital assistive technology for all. And we want to unite the DAT industry across Europe to influence legislation awareness. Awareness is the importance point from my point of view, sustainable growth and commerce. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Muller. At this point, thanks so much for all the speakers, for the presentation. I'd like to, in the few minutes we have left, to open to the floor for some questions. You may wish to ask one or two questions. I must admit, for the floodlights, it's not that I'm seeing so much, so thanks a lot. You ask and they listen. Okay, are there questions? Yes, please. If you can hand over.
Thank you for all presentations. From my side, just maybe one remark, then a question. At the last presentation, we've heard about usability and easy to use, which is very crucial, I think, for assistive technologies and for technologies in general. And in the speech of Dominique Archambault, we got reminded that the target group of assistive technology could be much, much bigger than we usually consider. I mean, the elderly people and so on. And I think that this target group is the most awaiting the easy of use, the usability, because they have troubles to identify as a persons with disability, and they don't consider themselves as disabled persons, and they are not ready to use the assistive technologies. So that's why I think that the usability and easy to use for assistive technologies for this target group especially is the most important. Otherwise, it will not be used.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. So I'll share our experience as FITA as well. Basically, we work among persons with disability, but we also cater for the elderly. And exactly like the gentleman said, you get this sizable user group who don't actually realize that there's this technology in the tablet or smartphone which they have purchased already, and they never avail of it. They just suffer daily the difficulties and small minor issues related to vision or touch, and they don't have any exposure to the assistive features with, or enhanced accessibility within the devices. Any ideas you wish to share? Maybe we can start from Teutan and move on.
It's again just generic because, yes, there is a lot out there. So really starting from what works well would be ideal to raise awareness. But how? Because there's a disconnect with these demographics. So this is the question really, how do we reach the audience? It's that connection between the demand and supply, I guess.
Well, I think it's right. Most of the people are using 1% of the features and the available technology, especially elderly people, not because they have no idea and they have no demand, but it's not that easy to use. I really think that the artificial intelligence can help us in this part of learning, that the device can help the user to find the right things at the right time. I think that's really, that can be a big advantage which can be done by artificial intelligence. But I think we have to, as the industry, we have to step back sometimes, because sometimes we have too many features in a product. And I remember when my father bought a DVD player, he was using only 5 functions, I think, because he has more than 150 functions. And I think to reduce this to the minimum which is needed sometimes can be the solution. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I'm not in the assistive technology industry, but I have a mother, and she needs hearing aids, and she has hearing aids, but she doesn't wear them. And I think this illustrates the gap. That, I mean, unless you can really demonstrate the benefit of the assistive technology, and it doesn't come at too high an inconvenience, if there is a balance, then I think it will really work well. And for the moment, my mother perceives the inconvenience as higher than the benefit. I don't, when I try to speak to her. So.
If I may add a twist to the question, because both your presentations focused, you already identified basically to the presentations specific issues, and you tried to address them in terms of access to information and sharing of information and experiences. How do you believe the creation of a funding ecosystem for innovation in terms of the policies in place, of the funding opportunities available, how can they be improved to facilitate the issues you have identified over time?
Having worked for almost 40 years in rehabilitation practice, together with people of several specialties, such as therapists, educators, teachers, we have several times touched by the hand the fact that was mentioned before, that there are many persons that get the device and don't use it. I remember research we did 10 years ago, and the percentage of abandonment was almost 40%. 40% is a lot. And what was the reason behind it? The reason was because of poor service. I mean, sometimes the person get a device and they have no training to use it, so they don't know all the functionalities, because every new functionality, especially if you are a little bit technophobic, as many people are, you never learn if nobody is coaching you. It's like taking a car without a driving teacher. I mean, so we have companies that provides a good instruction and some not. So I think this should be a kind of obligation for companies to ensure this support. But this is not enough, because the company has a technical view of that product, and while all the care system around the person should be mobilized for that. In our experience, we say the introduction of assistive technology should be part of a life program. We call it in health Italian language rehabilitation program, personalized rehabilitation program, even if we have an extended view of rehabilitation, not only medical but also social. This should be in place, because if we don't give the device with training and with an accompanying path of the person, probably the assistive solution will be not effective.
It's the adoption rate we need to address. Innovation is there, the funding is there, it's the adoption rate.
Yes. I have two thoughts about that. I'm not very into the funding scheme, because I am a pure product of academia, you know, I'm not very. But about the elderly persons, my grandparents did not use computers when they were old, but actually they never used computers when they were younger, okay? So that was the real reason. I think things are evaluating very quickly now. And myself, I'm using computers all the time. This is a computer, this is a computer, computer everywhere. And maybe I will be 90 years old one day, if Earth is still breathable. But then I will not stop suddenly to use a computer because my grandparents were at this age, they will not do it, you know. So things are evaluating quite fast. And also there is something about what you said about the fact that people need to see the benefits. And I've seen, for instance, some person who has never used a computer because he was in his professional life, he has never used a computer, he only used typewriter. And then didn't want to use a computer, was not even able to use the mouse because he could not understand what it was. But he had difficulty to read books because the sight was getting bad. And then he needed to have books with big characters, but then it was not enough. And then once I just give him a tablet and say, look, I enlarge the character like that and I turn page like that. And then he immediately adopted it, okay? Because he could see there that there was something that he could use and it was a benefit for himself. So I think we should not focus on we want to sell this or we want to give this, and we think that there is it was said before that there is this, I think I said that there is a list of people with categories, and these people with this handicap should have this device, etc. We have to focus on what are the actual needs of people and work with people. There's something quite interesting I can share with you. I was in St. Petersburg last year in a conference for young researchers. We were about deaf blindness. And before the conference, I had a chance to be there the weekend before, and the 3 days before the conference, with the young researchers, there was a group of deaf-blind people, and we made a lot of activities together. Not only brainstorming, actually I did cook some pelmeni, which has some Russian ravioli, with a deaf-blind person and 2 interpreters, because it was in Russian. And then, so we developed some links and we learned how people, and then, well, this was me because I was just watching over, but all the young researchers there were in these groups, and we are doing a lot of activities together to get to know each other. I think this is a really nice, I'm happy to share this with you because I think this was a really nice experience to see, to help people to know what are really the needs of people.
Okay.
Maybe.
Thanks to everyone for your time, and I wish you all a good continuation with the award ceremony. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, so we thank very much to our distinguished panelists, and we'll be making the rearrangement. So thank you very much already. Thank you. Thank you. And we would like to invite you to remain seated, as we will need just 2 seconds for rearranging the stage, removing the tables and the chairs. And I will use this opportunity already to start slowly to provide you the background. So keep with us for 60 seconds, technical break. We just need to clear the stage.
You had it already, no?
No. And here we go. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. We would like to invite you to take the seats. And now we would like to start the award ceremony of the regional contest on the innovative digital solutions for accessible Europe. The whole idea of this regional competition was not to have just the competition. Of course, behind is the bigger thoughts, and behind the bigger thoughts is the whole community, which identified the emerging need of building the community of innovators working on the sorry for this. The whole community building the community for driving the innovation and making the synergies of the work between them and also facilitating their work in the future. This is the response to the regional initiative on the digital inclusion, but also response to the expectations of the regional initiatives on the ICT-centric innovation ecosystem. But this is also the activity which contributes to our efforts of building the solid community, driving the discussion on the accessibility at the international level and regional level, engaged in the development of the standards and embedding the standards thinking from the beginning of the design of the solutions. So therefore, we would like to thank all stakeholders and all those who have submitted their solutions to this, contest for their efforts. We would like to also thank to the two organizations which were with us from the beginning and which supported us from the beginning, meaning Zero Project and Agencia Support from Malta. And before we are starting the next proceedings, I would like to invite our colleague, Joseph Cini, the Director of Projects and Estate Management from Agencia Support, to provide a few words of the address. Thank you.
Jaroslav, I would like to start by thanking you for accepting our invitation last year to host this event here in Malta. Malta is fast taking the drive to innovative technology. We are fast becoming leaders in blockchain, fintech, AI, and for us, hosting this conference is a further demonstration to Malta's commitment to ensure that the disability sector is not left behind, but rather to actively be part of this drive into innovative technology. On a personal level, it was indeed an honor to having formed part of the evaluation committee, in teaming up with Gion, Ricard, Dominique, Mark, Michael, Alizera, and Arthur. It was indeed a pleasure working with you all guys. In 2 days, we evaluated 81 projects and prototypes. We were surprised with the number of creative, innovative products and prototypes presented to us. However, on a personal level, soliciting accessibility or stating that the product will make a difference to a disabled person makes nothing at all to me if such products are not accessibly financial. I fully agree with Roxana that technology should be person-centered. Before I conclude, may I first thank ITU, Doreen, Jaroslav, Roxana, Roxin, Lena, Julian, and Damien. It was indeed a pleasure working with you during this year to make this happen. To my fellow Maltese, the first the scientific committee members, Alistair, Elizabeth, Joseph, Oliver, and Bernard, your commitment and passion was simply fantastic. Indeed, a big thanks to our logistic team, Rosalie, Janelle, Kirsten, Luke, Stanley, Sandra, and Diane. You made a big, massive job here. I'm very much impressed myself. You worked around the clock to make this event a true reality. Please do give them a big round of applause. They deserve it. They worked well. Lastly, Jaroslav, I don't know you remember, in Geneva a few weeks ago, I had reaffirmed our agencies and Malta's commitment to continue this collaboration. We look forward to further strengthening this collaboration with you, with Zero Projects, and with any other entity who would like to do business with us. I've already yesterday proposed some ideas with you to establish a base here in Malta, and I look forward to further discuss this. I thank you all.
Thank you very much for these words, kind words to all partners and to all stakeholders. Dear ladies and gentlemen, as Joe already mentioned, the regional competition is not only one-man show. This is the community show, and this is the work of those who are working with the communities of the persons with the disabilities. And with the open call, we invited those to join us at the evaluation committee to assess if the technologies submitted within the all categories are those which are really responding to the expectations of the stakeholders, and if we can recognize them and use them as the good practices for the next year and throughout the year. So that's why we have created the 5 categories. On the category 1 on the persons who are deaf and hard hearing, persons with visual impairments, persons with the speech impairments, persons with the cognitive or intellectual disabilities, and persons with the physical disabilities. For each of those categories, we are pleased to welcome representatives who are specialized on this type of disabilities, and that's why it's my great pleasure to present the committee which was working tireless, evaluating all submissions. And met physically in Geneva, spending 2 days going through each description and also investigating the impact of the submissions. This is the reason why we would like to recognize with the special thank you certificate, and I would like to invite all the committee members to join us on the stage before we are going with the next part of the ceremony. So I would like to invite Dominique Archambault, Joseph Assini, Ricardo Lopez, Michael Fembeck, Guion Linder, Mark Whitley. So please join us. Ricardo Lopez. John Linder. Then Professor Archambault is not here. Oh, yes. And thank you. So let's have the historic picture. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, so one more time, thank you very much for this contribution, and we recognize you also as the ambassadors of the Accessible Europe, advocating for the strengthening of this platform in the future. So bring as many stakeholders actively working on the innovation to this platform in the future. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and this brings us to the next point of this agenda point of this ceremony, to the pitching ceremony. We have with us 11 stakeholders who are nominated from the long list of the projects, and we would like to bring to your attention this what they have been doing for the society. These are all 14 nominated projects which provide the concrete solutions for the community, and we would like to offer them 3 minutes pitching time to present their solutions to you. So therefore, it's my great pleasure to start this pitching exercise. It's really 3 minutes. So don't get bored and disengage in the meantime. And I will start with the category 1, with the persons who are deaf or hard of hearing. And the first one is Signly or Roger Wise? Julian? Roger Wise. Yes, Roger Wise, the floor is yours. So, and we would like to invite already the show me text to be prepared and to be next to the stage. So first, Roger Voice. Roger Voice, you are invited to present your solution.
Should I present? Yes. Hi, can everyone hear me? Good. Well, thank you, first of all, to the interpreters and the captioning service, which has helped me a lot today. And so I would like to present to you Roger Voice. Can I show the slides? Thank you. So Roger Voice, so first of all, it's an application for deaf people like me to make a phone call. So I grew up in the States, and in the US, there's a relay service. And that relay service has been around for 20 plus years, and it's free. And then I came to Europe as part of my studies at the age of 22. And I was disabled. No more phone calls. So the built environment and the technological environment has an impact on what I can do. And so this is a tangible proof for me of different geographical zones. And so, anyways, I got on with my life and I ended up working for a telecom carrier. And it's quite ironic. I'm working for a telecom carrier and I can't make a phone call. So I saw that technology was evolving and I discovered that smartphones were ubiquitous. You can have smartphones everywhere in your pocket, and smartphones come with a lot of power, including voice recognition technology. So the new thing about voice recognition technology, which is an old technology, is, first of all, it's ubiquitous right now. You have it on your smartphones. And second, the increasing power of data set allow it to be more and more performant. And so with that in mind, I wanted to use this to make a technology that was available and affordable and accessible, of course, using the 3A model we were talking about today. And so my goal was to set out to make it available for everyone to make phone calls. So watch voice, what is it? Coming back to my slides, I have a minute left. I'm going to speed through. You can download it on any app. We've made a lot of phone calls already accessible. Anywhere in the world, you can download the app. I had a phone call this morning from the hotel in Malta, so it works in Malta as well. We have 26 employees. We have a lot of clients, business clients, partners. And we have over 40,000 users of the app worldwide. And so it's an app that you can download to caption phone calls for people. And you have a transcription of a phone call instantly. It works in many languages. And we also have sign language interpreters in France only for now. And we are France's national relay provider with the French Telecom Federation. And so this is what we've launched in the past year. And it's been a one-year project so far. It's quite new. And so we are very much focused on innovation through accessibility, using artificial intelligence to go beyond voice recognition, is also adding other layers. It's not to displace what humans do, but to improve what they do. Thank you so much. And so please reach out to me if you want to know more about how France's relay service has developed and on how I can do the same for your countries. We can launch this. We did this in 3 months in France, and we can do so in your country as well, quite quickly. Thank you.
So thank you very much. And now I invite the representative of the Show Me Text. If he's with us, yes. And let's welcome him with applause.
The slides, please. Well, hello everyone. My name is Adrian, and I'm the project director of Show Me Text. And thank you for your nomination. We've developed an automated subtitling platform that allows conference organizers, television corporations, and media creators in general to add subtitles to their content without manual intervention using artificial intelligence. This is all implemented through cloud instances, meaning no hardware hassles for its users, just low cost and energy saving equipment. Show Me Text allows multi-language online and offline subtitling, meaning live and recorded content. It also accepts plain text transcriptions that are synced and timestamped with an output file. This approach works flawlessly across all 3 main challenges when doing live subtitling. Its quality is pretty high due to automatic speech recognition techniques getting better and faster, which means a low delay too. And also we can go low cost because the system doesn't need a supervisor or manual operator. I'm not going into too much detail about its implementation, but we developed a modular approach. The system is built over packs of tasks that solve particular problems and can be customized to meet the requirements for each user. Finally, I will play a video that demonstrates this technology solving real-time tasks. We are currently subtitling regional news programs for the public regional and radio corporation in Spain, and they're really impressed with the results. So thank you and enjoy the video. I don't know if I can play it with this. Someone can play the video, please? I don't know how to play it. Okay.
Aspirantes, amplia convocatoria en todo el conjunto del país, con más de 35.000 plazas y 180.000 opositores.
Acabamos en junio la carrera y dijimos, bueno, hacemos máster o preparamos las oposiciones, y pensamos que era una buena oportunidad y bueno, pues adelante. Y aquí llevamos 9 meses estudiando y esperemos que valga la pena.
Adela y María, junto con otras compañeras, apuran hasta el final. Esta mañana en la Biblioteca Pública de Cáceres.
Un acuerdo migratorio con el que se busca frenar la migración irregular hacia el país del norte. Con el acuerdo firmado, Honduras se compromete a reforzar su seguridad migratoria y contener el flujo masivo de ciudadanos procedentes mayormente de Cuba, Nicaragua y Haití, así como también de sudamericanos, africanos y asiáticos. El canciller de Chile, Teodoro Rivera, respondió este jueves en Nueva York a las declaraciones del presidente de Bolivia, Evo Morales.
La posibilidad de que los usuarios y las personas puedan acceder a nuevas informaciones y a nuevos servicios. En otras palabras, las posibilidades de que las transacciones económicas se realicen de una manera más fluida, de que los usuarios disfruten de nuevos contenidos digitales, de que los usuarios puedan disfrutar de nuevos productos y servicios.
So that's it. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Signly to join us on the stage to present their solution. So the floor is yours. Let's welcome him.
Hello, I'm Mark from Signly. A little over a year ago, Lloyds Bank's deaf customers asked Lloyds, was it possible to add British Sign Language to every page of their website? Lloyds Bank in turn looked to us and said, is it possible to add sign language to every page of our website? After 6 months of talking to deaf customers and users, we started coding. And yesterday we launched the Signly browser extension on Lloyds Bank, enabling deaf customers who use sign language, or even non-customers, to access a BSL version of any and every web page using real qualified translators. But rather than me as a hearing bloke talk about things, let me show you what deaf colleagues and deaf customers, as well as deaf charities, have to say about what's been achieved. Oh, there we go. Can I play with next?
Signly have created a new software that enables BSL translation to pop up when you hover over website text. I'm here at Lloyds Bank, who are the first company to use the software.
If you click the icon, it will bring up the BSL translation, which is brilliant.
I think it's amazing. When I first saw the Signly application and the potential it had to transform the lives of our deaf customers, to empower them to make better life decisions, I knew Lloyds had to be first to take this to market.
When I first used the Lloyds website, it was full of text which I struggled to understand. Now, finally, there's BSL access.
It's useful because the translator is deaf too. And it's helpful for deaf customers.
Signly's new browser extension is wonderful, as it makes access to BSL easy. Deaf people will be able to access BSL whenever or wherever they want, whilst organisations are fulfilling their duties, making sure that there is full access and breaking down barriers that deaf people face. I'm off to download the browser extension at home.
So we're very proud of the fact that essential financial information is now available.
Signly have created...
Once was enough. Essential financial information is now available in sign language. Yes, there is more to do, but the browser extension will support any website. The organisation itself needs to do absolutely nothing except say yes, switch on the service. I'm also proud of the fact that I think what's been achieved demonstrates that where there is the right culture, where large corporations with a willingness to invest on being inclusive partner with agile startups, in just a matter of weeks or months, we can do something that really changes the world.
Thank you very much for these presentations. And now let's move to the category 2, persons with visual impairments. And the first presenter will be should be coming from Give Vision, but unfortunately is not with us. So let's invite Waymap. Waymap, the floor is yours, and let's welcome them on the stage.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I got my stick folded here. 2 apologies. First of all, I apologize for the Boris Johnson hairstyle. It's been windy outside. And the second thing is that although I was warned that it was a 3-minute presentation, being Irish, I thought it didn't apply to me. So I brought a really long presentation, but I was told I'd have to face the loud bell of shame if I went over 3 minutes. So I'm only going to stick with 1 slide. I'm the chairman of Waymap Limited and Waymap Incorporated in the United States as well. And I'm also the chief executive of the Royal Society for Blind Children, and that's where the story started. 7 blind young people came together as part of the RSBC's Youth Forum and said they wanted to get around London just like everybody else. They wanted to get bumped in the London Underground. They didn't want to be helped by other humans. And they thought that an app could do the job. How simple-minded we can be. So we looked for a digital agency in London, and with a $1 million grant from google.org, we set about seeing if we could achieve the impossible. In the RSBC, we have a saying that in our dreams, we see forever. And I think it was that philosophy that we applied to this. We worked hard. We tested our ideas in London, in Sydney, in Oslo, in New York, and Amsterdam, and a number of places. And we learned a lot. And we turned to the ITU, who accepted our offerings, and we published with their, they published a standard called ITU F921, which is audio-based navigation for blind and visually impaired people. And from that, we took that standard to the United States, and the CTA have recently published it as CTA 2026, which is going to become part of federal procurement. So in other words, anybody who is going to have audio-based navigation will now get will get a fully inclusive. We're planning to broaden that work and come back and work for a similar standard for people with cognitive impairments. So armed with that, and we tested it on a system called Bluetooth. But I thought that Bluetooth wouldn't work for 2 reasons. One was I thought it was inaccurate. I'm not a techie. I'm an accountant and an economist, so what would I know? But the second thing was that you'd just have to put so much Bluetooth into the world that you'd end up nuking the world or doing something silly with it. So what I did was I went searching for somebody, and I met a man who had developed for the US military a system that was used by Hans Blix when he was looking for the weapons of mass destruction. I'm glad it wasn't a mass destruction finder that we had, but it was but the system was that they wanted to know that when he went into a building, he saw all of the building. So this man designed something that Blix wore that tracked where he went. And I asked him, would it be possible to invert that and use it for the good of humanity, to projecting where you're going? And he said yes. So we raised a lot of money. I wouldn't like to say how much. And we engaged a lot of people. And that's, if there is a slide behind it, it's Cambridge University. We hired a lot of people from Cambridge University who developed the app. The app is live in New York. It's live in Los Angeles. And it's about to go live in Washington, D.C. And today, we blindfolded the UK and US ambassadors to the United Nations in New York, and they had to use our app just to find 6 gifts that, luckily they found them, and it was 100% accurate. So we guarantee 1 meter accuracy. So how does it work? It works on the basis of using the systems within the mobile phone, coupled with a Bayesian algorithm and a lot of predictive technology that against a predetermined map. It works on the logic that you were where the last place you were was accurate because we were able to locate it, and we know that the next step you're going to take, therefore, is probably going to be the right step. It has an amazing heading accuracy. It has amazing step count accuracy, amazing step length accuracy. And all I can say is that it is now beginning to become a commercially viable project. You know, watch this space. My gratitude to the ITU for the support they gave us in getting this amazing standard in place. Ladies and gentlemen, in our dreams, we can see forever. 7 blind young people had a dream, and they changed the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now let's welcome on the stage Be My Eyes. And they are there.
Good evening, everyone. We're very happy to be here. Could I have my slides, please? But my name is Cecilia, and I work for Be My Eyes. Be My Eyes is a mobile app that harnesses the power of technology and human generosity by connecting blind and low vision people with sighted volunteers and company representatives through a live video call for visual assistance. Be My Eyes is a global community that consists of more than 3 million volunteers, more than 170,000 blind and low vision users. And it's used in more than 150 countries worldwide, and blind and low vision users can request assistance from volunteers in more than 180 languages. Be My Eyes helps blind and low vision people lead more independent lives by connecting them to sighted volunteers that can help them with daily tasks that require visual assistance, such as reading, distinguishing products, and matching clothes. Be My Eyes is totally free for blind and low vision users. It is completely anonymous, no personal data is shared. Blind and low vision users can make as many calls as they want, and they can access the volunteer assistance at any time of the day. We have an average connecting time of 25 seconds, meaning that blind and low vision people can get assistance immediately. They also become a part of our community that gives them access to content such as community stories, podcasts, monthly newsletters, and so on. With specialized help, blind and low vision people can not only connect to our network of sighted volunteers, but they can also connect to our partnering companies if they require specialized expert assistance with the company's products or services. We work with companies such as Microsoft, Google, Lloyd's Banking Group, and Procter & Gamble brands such as Herbal Essences, Pantene, and Clear Blue pregnancy tests. There are approximately 25 million people in Europe that are blind or have low vision. So there are still, with our 170,000 blind users in the world that we have on our platform, there's still a massive amount of people just in Europe that can benefit from Be My Eyes. If you want to know more about Be My Eyes, we are here until Friday. You're more than welcome to come ask us questions. If you want to see Be My Eyes in actions, you can also connect with us. We have BeMyEyes.com. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We have YouTube. We also have a bi-weekly podcast with content within the blind community. And you can download our app from both App Store and Google Play for free. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these presentations. And now let us move to the next category, category 3, persons with speech impairments. And I would like to invite the representatives of the Brain Control. The floor is yours.
Good evening. I'm Pasquale Fedele, the CEO of the company that developed Brain Control. Brain Control is a platform. Can we share also the presentation? It's a platform based on AI for human-machine interaction. And thanks to our innovative approach in classifying biofeedback, we developed something you have seen only in a science fiction movie. That is controlling object through your mind, like a Jedi or a Marvel superheroes. And our first superheroes today are patients in locked-in or complete locked-in state. Here you see few of our, okay, the video? Okay, someone cut the video, okay. Then there are patients that were completely paralyzed, unable to interact and communicate, and today they are available to communicate thanks to Brain Control, interacting through their brainwaves. Patients with neuromuscular disease, ischemic or traumatic injuries. And what we can do it? Thanks to EEG sensors, we can detect the electrical activity on the brain, and through our software, we classify thoughts related to imagined movement. Then is a sort of mental joystick that allows to control virtual keyboard, grids, and so on. Then we first focus on augmentative alternative communication, and now we are working also on diagnostic, cognitive, and functional assessment. And indeed, what we are building is a platform that can manage many kind of biofeedback sensors, not only EEG. Indeed, today we can manage also eye tracking devices, infrared sensors, inertial sensors, and so on. And in order to enable patients with many different disabilities to interact for communication, for cognitive assessment, and we are also working on robotics, exoskeleton control, prosthetics, and robotic avatars. And, sorry, something wrong in the presentation. One of the last functionalities we will release in the next weeks before the end of December is a robotic avatar that will be provided for patients to remotely participate to an event or visit a museum. In particular, 2 museums in Italy will be provided with the first 2 robotic avatars, and this service will be available for free for patients around the world in order to visit the museum, controlling the robot in the movement and interacting through the robot with other visitors and with the guide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it's my great pleasure to invite Iris Go. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Accessible Europe aims to empower people with disabilities to have the same equal rights as others. And communication is a fundamental right. There are more than 50 million people all around the world suffering any kind of disabilities that they cannot communicate independently. So they need an assistive communication device. People suffering for ALS, cerebral palsy, tetraplegia, they need an assistive communication device to connect and to communicate with the world. Our company has already supported more than 2,000 people all around the world suffering disabilities with an eye tracking system and giving them the right to communicate. So an assistive communication device based on eye tracking is a device connected to the computer based on infrared lights that enables you to connect to the computer. But these devices are expensive and they need maintenance as well. And because of the infrared lights, they underperform outside with the sunlight. So that's the reason that we create and we develop Iris Go, which is the first peripheral-free eye tracking software in the world. Thanks to artificial intelligence algorithms, we can connect with a computer or with a device using the embedded camera of the device. So no hardware is needed anymore to interact with a computer with the eyes, thanks to neural networks based on visual computing. Anyone can buy a computer for 600 euros or a smartphone for 300 euros. Somebody with disabilities, average, has to pay 60% more for the same. With Iris Go, we are eliminating barriers for communication and for access. Definitely, Iris Go aims to empower the gaze to become a natural means of interaction. You can track the eyes to understand human behavior for neuromarketing or neuroscience researchers, or you could also connect a human with a robot with the eyes, making and fostering collaborative robotics. So actually, we are piloting Iris Go in a special education market. We are enabling children suffering cerebral palsy playing and learning with the eyes. And we do that for improve the algorithms and to test the market. So if we really believe that accessibility is to empower people with disability to have the same rights and to interact with the environment and to interact with information and communication technologies, so I will ask to the Commission to support Iris Go to scale up. Many thanks.
Thank you very much. And now let's move to the next category, in which focuses on the persons with the cognitive or intellectual disabilities. And we have the 3 nominees. And the first one is the VR therapies. The floor is yours. Voila. So now the floor is yours.
Hello. Thank you all for coming and listening to me. My name's Rebecca. I'm a nurse from England. I've worked within brain injury rehabilitation my whole life, also with special needs, learning disabilities, children with autism, and a whole range of neurological conditions. Oh, that's me. There we go, that's better. So, I set up VR Therapies last year. This is an innovative new social enterprise. So, all profits will go back into providing this service for free for charities. We use virtual reality to enable possibilities that are not normally accessible. So I get to take children that can't walk swimming with dolphins. I can take people undergoing chemotherapy in hospitals off to visit space. It's endless, the possibilities and the benefits. So we're helping people that are on palliative care as well achieve their bucket lists. We can travel anywhere around the world. And we're also able to help children with autism with their social and communicational difficulties as well. There's lots of different therapies and things available. And this is my favourite slide. This is why I'm doing it. These are all my favourite people. These are all photos from my sessions. We currently use VR in the community and doing sessions going out to people and bringing these benefits for those. These are often the people that are going to benefit the most, but they're the least likely to access it, as I'm preaching to the choir, we're all aware of. So next year we'll be opening our first premises. This will provide a combination of hydrotherapy with VR. So you'll be in the water doing your physiotherapy and your hydrotherapy, but you're going to be swimming with dolphins at the same time. You'll see the dolphins and the corals all around you. So we'll be providing that next year in England, which is, as far as I'm aware, is the first place that will be providing this combination. We're also developing our own package that will enable care homes and day centres to provide these therapies themselves. So I'm currently training carers and support workers in how to use the different VR and technology that's available to help better support their therapies and their current practice. So this isn't to replace these experiences. If you can go and swim with dolphins, do it. But not all of us are going to have that opportunity, and there's so many different benefits from these experiences that it is amazing seeing the difference in people. As soon as you put the kit on, you can see people forget their pain, they smile more, and they breathe easier as well. There's so many different benefits that I'm finding it very exciting to meet you all and hear the different technology that's happening around the world. And we've also started working on getting our training accredited, so we'll be the first to provide virtual reality therapies training. And all VR therapists that are available through us will be healthcare professionals, so it's nurses, physiotherapists, occupational therapists, all of the people that are passionate and have the training. This isn't a tech company that's going out there and trying to change it and adapt it for disabilities. We have started off with disabilities in mind. Everything is bespoke and created for the individual. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. We would expect now the presentation from the postcard, but they could not join us, so that's why I'm inviting Nitix. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure to be here. Thank you for the nomination, for the invitation. Okay, the upper part of the slides is missing, but anyway, these slides is telling what I will not tell you. It means I will not go too deep into technology. I will not present our company. I will just present our idea. The idea which came from a couple of engineers looking at the gap between the needs of an elderly person and willing to take them or be enabling them to stay at home. We did a certain study of the market. In the financial market, we will talk about KYC, know your customer. We talk about know your user, and discussing with professionals, with nurses, with emergency professionals. We were able to identify some of the needs of the elderly people community. Talking about today's elderly. If I think of the speech we had in the afternoon, we developed something which was tested in 4 countries: in France, Romania, Slovenia, and Switzerland. And it is a small environment. It's a framework consisting of a gateway enabling to combine health devices with domotic devices. The equation we wanted to solve is the well-being of people is not only depending on their health, it's depending on a combination of your health parameter and your environment. Many people are forgetting to just open the window to get fresh air in their apartment, or they forget the window open. So we combined both of these devices in a framework, which is giving them and their relatives and professionals the possibility to look or to monitor the situation. After this project, this went to the market, and we did some deployments. We got in contact with professionals from the Alzheimer domain, and discussing with them, we started evaluating the opportunity of using our solution for the mild cognitive impairment phase of the Alzheimer degeneration before the dementia, and we basically developed a full, what we call an assisted living support system, a full system which is extending the NITIX project toward basically adding artificial intelligence, machine learning to study the behavioral of the humans in their home, like you see here on the left, where we can measure wandering or detect wandering and raise an alarm, or like on the right-hand side for outside people going outside, defining geofencing and detecting when they are related to time frame, and raising an alarm in case the certain people, they go out of a certain range in a certain day of the week, because it would maybe represent a problem. The whole thing is correlated with a dashboard, which is hidden by the translation here, and an app, which is allowing people to work on tablet as well as mobile. That's basically what we have done. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And now let's move to the category 5, the last category, persons with the physical disabilities. And the first on my list is mirrorable. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Francesca Fedeli. I'm coming from Italy, and I'm the co-founder of Fight the Stroke. We are advocating for young stroke survivors and people with cerebral palsy. So the solution that I want to present to you today is called Mirrorable. I went through this issue by myself because when my first son was born in 2011, he suffered a stroke, a brain stroke, and we understood that the solution that could be provided to us in the market was really a weak solution. So children with cerebral palsy were being offered like 2 hours of physical therapy, like stretching for their hands, and that's it. So we thought that even not being doctors, this could be such a weak or a light solution compared to the damage that it suffers. So we decided to map the market and to understand what was missing and what we could do in terms of civil society in order to satisfy this need. So because it was not only something developed by 2 parents, but it was developed by a community of parents. We are more than 1,000 people nowadays, and we have been able to convince the Brain Prize, so the most famous neuroscientists, on coming on board and develop and publish this solution. So time is over, so thank you for everything.
Thank you very much. And now I would like to invite Access Air, but they are not with us, so that's why I will go directly to the Sue Radian Angel. Or my pronunciation is wrong. Ardian Angel? Yes, Cardian. Yeah, sorry for my Polish English. Should be clean because it's polished.
But it's good. Now the attention is brought to it. So it's Guardian Angel.
So
Can also have the presentation. Okay, so welcome and good evening. Welcome to Guardian Angel. Guardian Angel deals with seniors and we make them drive safely. European population is aging, and in fact by 2050 we expect that 25% of people will be aged 65 and plus. People who want to remain active for a longer period of time and who consider driving very important. We know this because based on our research, we've heard that driving for them, it means freedom, convenience, and a lot of very positive emotions are connected to it. However, the older driver themselves, they also face challenges and they're more prone to injuries. As people grow older, they experience deterioration of several functions which are very important to be able to drive safely. Hearing, vision, motoric skills, cognitive skills, they tend to decline. Combine that with an increased general physical vulnerability, lower annual mileages, and you get a higher death or injury rate on a societal level. Now, Guardian Angel wants to develop concepts for seniors that allow them to drive safely for a longer period of time and with a higher level of comfort. We've tested our systems with over 1,800 seniors and 50 stakeholders. And as a result, we generated 3 concepts. The Cara self-test, My Coach, and My Road. Okay. The self-test is an online tool which tests mobility behavior, social context, daily activity, and psychomotoric skills. We know from our research that people in general, and certainly elderly, they consider themselves excellent drivers based on huge experience, but they don't realize how their behavior changes and they have a hard time accepting it. So the self-test provides a couple of benefits: a personalized approach, insight, self-assessment of driving abilities, and increased individual awareness, which can be used to push them to certain solutions, such as the My Coach. It provides monitoring and personalized feedback for drivers, which means that they get an objective score of their driving behavior and also personalized tips on how to improve their behavior. That's very important. Next to that, you have Cara My Road, which is an advanced personal route planner. It takes into account traffic conditions, individual driver challenges, and it creates routes based on personal skills and behavior. The main benefits thereof are that the comfort management level increases. It reduces stress for older drivers and uncertainty. That's very important to them. Now, all of the findings and products made in Cara 1, they're relevant to other road users, also persons with disabilities and limitations, novice or other drivers. And the concepts will be further developed up to market products in Guardian Angel 2. So I'd like to thank you for your attention, call for action to join us, and also, of course, I'd like to thank my entire consortium. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this presentation, we arrived to the end of the overview of the nominated projects. And this is our great pleasure to announce the awardees of this regional competition. And I would like to invite first the winners of the category 1, of persons who are deaf or hard of hearing. And the winner is Signily. This is award-winning application which displays pre-recorded sign language videos. So voilà. Great, thank you very much, and one more time, congratulations. Let's move to the category 2, persons with visual impairments. YMAP is the winner of this category, adapting to each user to deliver unprecedented independence, confidence, and freedom of travel across multiple venues. So congratulations to the YMAP for being the winner of category 2. Now let's move to the category 3, persons with speech impairment, and the winner is Iris Go. Congratulations. So this is new generation of eye tracking technology. Congratulations. And the winner of the category 4, persons with cognitive or intellectual disabilities, is VR therapies. And the winner of the category 5, persons with the physical disabilities, is Mirror Able, the first action observation treatment. Dear ladies and gentlemen, one more time, I will invite you to be in the middle for the historic picture first. You are the winners of the contest. Keep the row category 1, category 2, category 3, category 4, and 5. That's great. Excellent. Now I would like to still keep you on the stage, so if you can just move to the previous position. It's a lot of movements. Thank you very much for your understanding. And now I would like to invite the other stakeholders who were nominated to join us on the stage to receive also the certificate. And it's my great pleasure to invite Roger Voice, Show Me Text, Sainili is already with us, the Give Vision, Waymap, Be My Eyes, Brain Control, Iris Go, VR Therapies, Postcard, Nitix, Mirrorable, Access Earth, and Guardian Angel. I mastered the title. Lena, one by one. So show me text. Roger Voice. Be My Eyes. Brain Control. Nitix. Guardian Angel. Yes. Congratulations. Thank you. Excellent. VR TRP.
That was just the winners.
One more time. Then Mirrorable. silently. So now we would like to invite you to join us somehow in the middle, the winners. We have to create a little bit of space. Dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much one more time. Congratulations. It's still not finished, the ceremony. So thank you very much. Please join your places. Thank you. And now, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are arriving to the very important moment of this ceremony. It means it's my great pleasure to invite Joe, our representative of the host, to say a few words prior moving to the reception. So Joe, the floor is yours. And for the time being, I'm saying already goodbye.
I won't take much of your time. Just enjoy the reception area. Go and have some refreshments. Thank you. Bye.